Good morning. 9th April 2020. Another day of critical world state. और दूसरा दिन, एक और दिन 9 अप्रैल 2020, दुनिया का खतरनाक एक और दिन जिसको कोरोना कहते हैं, कोरोना वायरस killing people around world. Small talk on that, and then I follow in management. Many news of course come every day. Many news come. I cannot update on everything. Every minute, every hour, news come in. There were few casualties in Saudi Arabia till 2 days back, and also in other countries few days back. But now if you see, there are many more news coming in from that portion world. I was surprised to see 2 lakh cases outside, because so much control, despite of so much controls, they are not able to control that. And this is really surprising, really very much surprising. I don't know why people are calling for nothing. Stupid people, believe me. Just I started and they started. This is nonsense. People cannot understand. They are busy. People are working. They are just calling for something, and they will not say their faces then. What to say to these people? Yes, what do you want? Please tell me. What do you want? Hello? 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 What do you want?
Hello.
Yes. Hello? Hello?
What?
Just disturbing for nothing. Nonsense people. Idiot all over the world. I can say people are idiot all over the world. Means disturbing others. I just started and I start getting pouring in all these calls. Stupid people. What to do with these people? Get lost, you bloody fool. Get lost. What to do? Yes, I cannot understand. I start early morning and I am disturbed. People have no sense. Illiterate people all over the world. Not only here, everywhere. Fools, I can say. People are being killed, people are losing lives, and these people are enjoying. Dogs, I can say they are. Well, 200,000 people in Saudi Arabia. Kuwait is also increasing. Everyone is increasing. I don't think that there is some major problem behind this corona. Again, I say, I doubt corona. They are taking more care than we are taking. I see America, what's happening. They have lost their nerve. Completely they have lost their nerve. And we are nowhere. In Bharat, we are not even testing patients. We don't know patients are there or no patients are there. Only we are saying nothing, it's everything. And we are putting blames on some community, which is complete nonsense. We are ill-educated people. We are very illiterate community in this country. Our country, Bharat people are very illiterate. They believe in stupid journalists, stupid television anchors. We don't understand that this disease has spread all over the world. This is not in your country alone. You have just started. Bharat has just not even tested public. And they say we have no problem, and they put blames on someone else. That they have procured this disease. What about Saudi Arabia? Who is there? What about Kuwait? Who is there? What about USA? Who is there? What about England? Who is there? No mind to think. In Islamic countries, Muslim countries, this is spreading like anything. And you are blaming that this has come because of this community. Some stupid minds in this country who have nothing here. Blank, complete, empty vessel this is. They cannot think that this is God attack on human being. God has attacked whole humanity all over the world. The world is not small, it's big. More than 200 nations in this world. And all have been attacked by this ill power. and we are trying to put on each other as if we are foolish society. We cannot control it. We fail to control it. All our leaders failed, all our administrators failed, and we are just showing to world as if we know everything. We have not even started it yet. See America how they are suffering. Could you ever imagine a country like America would suffer like this? All these rich people of Gulf would suffer like that? No, we never thought that, but it's happening. This means you cannot understand what God does, what God plans, and that's why we say everything done by God is secret. It is secrecy. God is secret. God is that power which human cannot understand. It's really very no dramatic but factual that God is teaching lesson to all citizens of world and to all these robbers of world who in name of politics abuse public of world. There are no funds. They are struggling for funds. UNO is struggling for funds. WHO is struggling for funds. Whole people are struggling for funds. They have no funds despite they have looted. They have looted earth. They are short of funds. And we have no funds. We are also talking of please contribute. What contribute? You want money from public only? What you have done with that money you collected before? What did you do with that money? You shared that money with your rich friends, and now you are asking again money from public. People do not trust these leaders all over the world. Fact remains. People do not trust leaders now. And this disease or this pandemics has created that types of situation. People have stopped trusting their leaders. This is a very grim situation. Complete economy is lost. I got news yesterday, and I posted also that about 40 to 50 crores people all over the world are going to be unemployed because of this. Just imagine 50 crore people around the world are going to lose their food. What shall happen? All our workers, our these organized sector or unorganized sector workers in Bharat, India, who have left their jobs, who have moved to their homes by walking, they have no jobs. Who shall feed them? They have no jobs, no food for many days, weeks because of mismanagement of our government, state governments as well as central government. They did not have mind to think that there are people working as such. They were laughing, their bhakts were laughing. A person who earns 200 to 500 rupees a day for meeting daily lives, daily needs, and if that person is stopped to go out to work because there is no work, that person has got no food. And if that you ask him to stay indoors, he got no homes, where can he stay? Question arises. If somebody has no home of his own, he's talking, this has been demonstrated very well. The strong people of this country, I appreciate. Our workforce is very strong physically. They have immunity to such types of attacks, and that is also proven. This means they are our assets. In fact, these physical workers, daily wagers, factory workers, industrial workers, they are actually assets of Bharat, India. Not these rich people, not these political fools, not these political bhakts. They are not assets of this country. Our assets are our these soldiers, civil soldiers, working soldiers, in addition to army based soldiers. These are real soldiers. and police beat them, police abuse them. We do not need leaders, we do not need politics, we need survival of such class of people. And not only in this country, it's in every country. Working section, working class of people have suffered everywhere. Go to France, go to Italy, go to USA, go to England, go to EU, everywhere you will find such types of problems, but they are able to digest something because population density is not that high in those areas. We have different situation. We have not yet seen critical phase of this disease. I am calling it disease because everybody calls it disease until it is proven that this is not disease. Though I know some superpower is working behind this, but I have no clue to prove that. But I feel something is there. If it has selected only some continent or some country, we could say that this is limited to this country, but in a way it has organized its path, its location all over world. It has gone to, it's gone to all over world in an organized way. And if we are afraid of testing or something, we cannot escape this. It is already there in our country. We have not, sometimes we keep mum. We say, oh no, it's not there, we are safe. That is only eyewash. When it affects all world, it affects you too. When it affects those who manage better than we managed. All Gulf countries better. They manage better than what we have managed so far. They spend money, they allocate budget to that, and we are only busy in talking, meetings and all that because we have no formula to decide something. We are late people. We have proved in this pandemics that we are late society. We are always late. We had been sleeping since November and December. We had been sleeping. Public was sleeping. Leaders were sleeping. Opposition was sleeping. Everybody was sleeping. Did not care. We enjoyed time. We were watching these bluffing TVs. We were believing them. These fake news spreaders. Yet they are spreading fake news. Still, they have no sense. They have no worry of God. Many fake news are also pouring in from all parts of world. People are dying everywhere. In all Gulf countries, it's now started, intensified. I thought Muscat had nothing, but it is also on record now. Saudi is on record now. Kuwait is on record now. Their news are coming from every sector, everywhere. And US is top in top list. Top in top list. There are cases in Saudi Arabia around 2000 and there are cases in US maybe around 5 lakhs. Now, maybe they are not giving right news. Sure, they are not giving that. We are not getting factual figures. So we can assess ourselves. It may be around 5 to 10 lakhs now, let us say. They say they have lost about more than 10,000. I would put one figure there, not 10,000, 10 into 10,000. We can assess that because right figure is not coming. And in our country also, it's not right figure. We would say maybe we put 2 more zeros there because we are a big country. Just take example of how many cases are coming from here. More than lakhs in all small countries. Italy, lakhs of cases. In France, lakhs of cases. In other small countries, lakhs of cases. We are not having lakhs of cases and we should not be happy due to that because we are not counting correctly. We are just giving news that government likes to give. Censoring news, no solution. Facing problem is solution. Lockdown or no lockdown, I don't think it's going to help someone. Complete lockdown, still things are coming. We say lockdown, actually I don't think this is any solution. This is running away from problem. Yesterday, I daily like to check temperature on website what is given for our area or other area. Yesterday UV index was 8 and I was really worried. 8, do you know what I'm talking? I'm talking about ultraviolet index, which is in WHO language or in health language at international level is considered in range of 0 to 10. 0 is minimum when there is no sun, or you can say in this time now, in evening time after sunset, this this is called 0 UVI. 0 means there is no you can say arrival of ultraviolet rays from skies to earth or to ground. But when there is some figure, you can say, for example, 1 to 2 to 3, alright, up to 10. 10 is maximum according to international scale. The 10 is very harmful, very dangerous. 8 is 80% dangerous, and 60 or 6 or 7 accordingly. Add up to, you can say, 3 or 4, they call it moderate, it's okay, it's acceptable. And if it's 8, 9, 10, it's injurious to body. Injurious in a sense, if you keep yourself exposed to ultraviolet rays, you can have many body problems. Even say you are exposed for 1 hour, 2 hour, depends, you are in the sun, then it may affect your eyes, it may affect your skull here, your skull, it may affect your skin or whatever exposed part of your body can be adversely impacted upon. ये सूरज की रोशनी जो आती है ज़मीन पे, इसमें अल्ट्रावायलेट रेज होती हैं. अल्ट्रावायलेट आप जानते होंगे, जो रोकता है हमारा ऊपर एक ऐसा सिस्टम है, ओजोन जिसको बोलते हैं, ओजोन स्फीयर, जो अल्ट्रावायलेट रेस को ज़मीन पे आने से रोकता है. वो सिस्टम कितना काम कर रहा है, सवाल ये उठता है. वो काम कर भी रहा है कि नहीं कर रहा है, ये बात तो आती है सामने. लेकिन जहाँ तक मैं समझ रहा हूँ, अभी गर्मी है, टेम्परेचर बढ़ रहा है. कल भी 34 था, कितना था 8 मैंने नोट किया अल्ट्रावायलेट इंडेक्स, जो करीब 0 से 10 तक होना चाहिए, होता है. 0 से 2, 3, 4 तक जाए तो इतनी प्रॉब्लम नहीं आती है, और अगर 6, 7, 8 जाए तो प्रॉब्लम ही है, और अगर 10 तक जाए तो बहुत प्रॉब्लम है. लास्ट ईयर आई नोटेड इट वाज अबाउट 15 आल्सो इन सम डेज. On some days it was 15, 14, and it was really very difficult. But general public is not aware of this problem. They should be aware. They must be aware, but unfortunately, due to some reasons, they are not aware. No problem at all if you are not aware. As far as sometimes we say no news is a good news. We say that no news is a good news, but actually, news or no news, this system is working. Ultraviolet rays work. We have to take a precautionary measure, but because now we are all locked in, so it's not a big problem during this period when you are not going out. And if you go out in not full sun time, go out in town sun, you can go out at 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock just to avoid impact of ultraviolet rays. Early morning you cannot go out because market is not open. Well, what I am saying is you must take precautions from ultraviolet rays. This causes great problem. Previously I too did not understand that. I used to walk in afternoon in sun. But when I started, I just took change my timings, because I have already cataract operation in my eyes are having operated. I was operating both eyes of cataract, and I don't want that I should damage my retina, because still my number is not 0. I have some wearing glasses. This is even despite having operated, I am not able to regain my 0 focus. So retina problem exists. So I don't want to damage my eyes, but if you expose your body, it shall affect. If you expose your body to ultraviolet rays, certainly you will damage your body. Example, your face is exposed. Some people I see, they wear knickers or half pants. their legs are exposed. Some female I have seen they nothing here in arms, here just skin exposed. They shall certainly be exposed to this rays and they will damage their skin. They, it can cause skin cancer, it can cause dryness in their body, and so much so on. So we must take precautionary measures. If we go outside, we must have some good cap on head, we good glasses, googles, and if possible, we can cover our face. Or if not possible, there's a cream of that ultraviolet resistance. We can use that cream. Means we have to be very careful. First of all, we have to avoid we stay in shed under shed in that time during that period, or you should not drive even because ultraviolet ray your car glass cannot stop them. These enter cars also and damage you. This only reason because already there is a problem, health problem due to corona all over world. Why to invite more problems? We are a hot nation also. It's April, May, June, July. It's hot and everybody is subject to that. So little care we must take about this ultraviolet and temperature. And we know that temperature is better if you keep yourself heated up. It's better to resist this kind of ailment, this kind of disease. That's advisory that we should take hot water, boiled water. We should take possibly tea. We should keep your body. We should avoid cold. Yesterday I used fan for 2 3 hours at night. Today and I have some pain here. You see, still I'm not happy. I used first time I used to sleep because it was a little hot and still temperature is 21. But I am feeling a little pain here, so I'm not put up my fan now because it's some pain in my body and it's some breeze also working outside. Well, I'm just going further. Means what's happening now around world. It's very, very, unacceptable. But you cannot go against God. As far as I understand, man, humanity is little different now. Everybody is fearful. And I also got some news, or you can say editorials that people are forced to stay together, siblings and parents, but brothers and sisters and all those they are not used to stay together. But some people are now, due to circumstances, due to social behavior, they are staying in homes, in rooms. But that's what is required actually. You have to stay with your people, your family, but practically we were all isolated. We were kept distant from each other. So we have forgot how to behave together, how to conduct together, how to interact together. Interaction degree has been lost. People are not happy to interact with each other, but now a situation has come that you are forced to stay together, and I think it's a very good in one way that families are sitting together. This situation must continue, but I know it will not continue because of progress, because of economy, because of everything. It's not going to work. People won't continue like this. They will change their view again, but it's not going to happen in 2 or 3 days. It will take time. You don't think that this problem will solve soon. Certainly, it's not going to solve soon. Even lockdown is gone. World is furious. Psychology cannot work in a way it used to work in past. Confidence level has gone. Confidence that was built with nature and within ourselves has been broken. We don't know what shall happen next moment. It's such kind of attack by nature that you do not know what would happen next day. This is also a fact. We do not know. But we do. We do that way. Really, it is very much surprising that we cannot understand what you are doing. It's very much surprising. We don't understand what we are doing, but we are doing. Nobody knows this. Nobody knows anything, but we are doing, and that is really a big issue. We have to set ourselves again in a way that society moves, and society move is very important. It's very important. I'm just trying to browse news from Europe. Is there is anything specific? Well, just a minute. I am not finding any specific news. Title is Italy. Italy says staff is down to bone. Staff is down to bone. Italy healthcare workers on COVID. These are many. Well, there's another one. Analysis. Lesser talked about deaths from COVID, and then there's North-South divide stalls EU decision on coronavirus. In corona, 40 suspected cases aboard French Navy ship. French Navy ship, coronavirus, 40 suspected cases aboard. This is the news. And French care homes hit hard. French care homes hit hard as COVID-19 deaths mount. Then UK suffers record COVID-19 death toll as PM's condition improves. All this is good news for UK people. That says PM's condition improves. Then Italian bridge collapses, injuring only one thanks to lockdown. Italian bridge collapses. Collapses, injuring only one thanks to lockdown. A man pleads guilty to manslaughter of 39 people in Essex. Fake voice note claims UK ambulance won't call out on Thursday. EU should learn lessons from Germany's coronavirus protocols so life can return to normal. Discovery of plastic eating. Well, all these are main titles of European news. I actually wanted to read it further, but I couldn't do that. Now, doesn't matter. Let me just go to Arabic news, what it says, just for a few minutes, so that you know update of that, and we'll continue about our talk. And it says Arab coalition announces 2 weeks ceasefire on Yemen. Well, that's war zone. Saudi Arabia announces 327 cases of coronavirus. See, there's an increase. 327 cases more. 196 Saudis stranded in Bahrain over coronavirus pandemic return home. So for them it's good they return home. Then it says Bahrain to spend $570 million on private sector salaries. Syrian Air Force behind chemical attacks. Investigation team finds, and it says historical Darya lights up in show of gratitude for workers leading coronavirus fights. All this stuff. Saudi Arabia announces 327 cases, 196 Saudis stranded in Bahrain for coronavirus, and Sudan raises bread price years after Bashir's fall. Organization of Islamic Cooperation slams Israeli treatment of Palestinian inmates. Yemeni army makes gains. Okay, then vaccine development speeds up to counter COVID-19 threat. European diplomats in Jerusalem hold video calls with Palestinian minister after arrest by Israeli force. Top Kazakh family wins court ruling on London Mansion. This is this news about Arab. And I'll just go to Al Jazeera for a minute. That's also an interesting site. WHO defends coronavirus handling. UK toll rises. Live updates. And death tolls now crosses 85,000. And Saudi UAE coalition declares 2-week unilateral ceasefire. And this is another one. It says path towards victory is virtually impossible. Sanders drops US bid. COVID-19 WHO boss calls for honest leadership from US China. And this is all that. And just the Gulf news is also some important. There may be some update just for your information. 100 days of COVID-19, how a virus changed, and permit site welcome. Well, there's nothing important much until I close this now. So I just want to share with you some information. Well, no problem. Let's continue our talk. Just updated one because I could not go to that site. So what I'm saying, you can see with news that it's impacting even Prime Minister of England and President of US is worried too much. And I don't know what shall be the future of this. But what I consider is that whole world is impacted by this, and that's only my question to everyone. If some independent, some you can say continent or one country or two countries or three countries were in grip of this corona infectious disease 2019, which people name exists, it would have been different case. But now whole world. This means you think that some germ, which you say germ named as such corona, which which captures your respiratory system. Can it cover whole world on its own? Is it possible? I don't think it's possible. My answer is no. I don't know your answer. Maybe it depends upon what level of understanding you have developed. My understanding says there is some super force, superpower working. I don't believe in what people say. It might have been originated from China, but it's not, you can say, generation from China. It can originate from wherever. Some people claim China has done this. Okay, they started from there, but if it has started from US, what you had said, it is natural process. If nature is damaging its own earth, how can you blame that it's from China or something? Latest investigation based on scientific basis, not on factual basis. So we should not blame someone directly. People have started using claims. The US has started claims. Europeans started claims. Claims for what? You have also caused damage to earth. Whole petrol, diesel you have drunk. Is that not caused damage? Means who should pay for that? We should claim against each other in that case. This means it's too early, it's too, you can say, hurry, we are in hurry to decide without any basis. Why would China do that? For what? After all, just think on. I'm not supporting China or anyone else. I'm just focusing on facts. Now in Bharat, they are saying it is due to some class of Muslims. They call it Jamaat. How can you say that? What basis do you have? Can some class of people create this? Okay, let us consider. They did that. Let us imagine. What happens in Saudi? Who did that? What happens in Kuwait? Who did that? What happens in Oman? Who did that? Which country is free? And what's happening in US? Who is doing that? Just means because you do not like certain community. These television channels do not like certain communities because they themselves are different communities. They are Brahmins, they are Rajputs, these anchors generally all in these channels, and they think they are higher, they are intelligent, they are meritorious. If by being Pandit or by being Rajput somebody thinks that one is meritorious, then I would say this statement itself is a definition of foolishness. If you relate caste to intelligence, you are a fool. It's not your caste that makes you intelligent, it's work of your mind that makes you intelligent. If you think I am a Brahmin, I am Rajput, and someone is a sweeper, someone is a broomer, cleaner, if you compare two and you think I am higher in mind than this person, or this person is a Muslim, can't be intelligent, you may say. Religion or caste does not make your mind. Remember this. Your beautiful clothes, your attractive clothes doesn't mean you are intelligent. You are driving a good car doesn't mean you are intelligent. Intelligence is proved by mind work, by your work. You are not actually qualified till now that you are television anchors. You have no sense of talking. You have no sense of analysis. You do not do any analysis in just past news in status of or in title of breaking news. What breaking it is? Tell me, what was there which has broken? It's all drama. Journalism has a definition, it has a scope, it has something to say, what should be notified, what should be disseminated, what should be told people. That is important. You are a part of society. Journalists, reporters, print media, television media, you are a part of society. You are not in wild, you are not in woods. You have to think before you announce something, you relay something. But because you think whatever you say is final answer. No, it is not. Don't forget that they are multiple times more intelligent people than you are. Your shouting levels do not mean anything to those who are intelligent. Yes, Your shouting may impress common people who don't understand what you are speaking about. You may shout, you may suppress someone. Don't forget, you are a frog in a well. What you are speaking, what you are saying, that's only from studio. You do not know what's happening on ground. Go and see what's happening on ground and then relay. That is deficiency of current journalists. I remember those journalists when there were no computers. There was no television channels. Those journalists were intelligent. They used to analyze everything. We used to call column is powerful, pen is powerful. Now we cannot say pen is powerful because they are not using pen. We say they are foolish, they are not writing anything, they are not understanding anything, they just speak. I can challenge these journalists, all journalists now, current. I take your examination, come on, I'll examine you how much you know. I give you 1 hour and give you right to an essay yourself. And I am sure all will fail because they cannot write. They cannot write. They cannot write in their language, in English language or some other language. Because they only used to speak, and that too irrelevant. You see sometimes these writings on news below, you might have seen on your screens. Even Hindi, they cannot write correct. English, they cannot write correct. Forget speech. They are only speakers for nothing. They cannot raise logical questions. They cannot get logical answers. And even if they get some answers that impacts themselves, they do not receive those answers. They try to bypass those questions and answers. This is journalism. This is not journalism. Whatever suits you, you relay that. You accept that. And whatever doesn't suit you, you do not accept that. So this is not journalism. This is dealership of news. You are news dealers. If news suits you, or your malik, your to whom you are reporting, or to party to whom you represent, or you are supporting, this is not journalism. You are a shopkeeper of news. Many channels are shopkeeper of news, industries of news. They don't know what society is. They are just trying to mislead those people who cannot understand meaning of news. So you are a fabricator of news. You are not a disseminator of good news or bad news. News can be bad, news can be good. You are not able to analyze that. You are trying. I have many debates. Their only focus is to support government. I don't agree with that. Profession of journalism does not say you support either. Journalism says that you have to be news-based. You have to examine, weigh situation, try to understand situation, try to verify what you are saying. Do not always say that based on these resources we are speaking. There is no meaning of resource. Yes, in 2% news, 3% you may use that, but if in every news say based on resources we are giving this means we cannot trust you. This means you fabricate something and say this is based on resources. This is based on your own resources. Journalism today is fakeism actually, complete fakeism. If those journalists, those anchors cannot raise question to government, I call them rubbish. They are kabadis, rag collectors. I am plainly speaking. Why should I worry? I am more qualified than journalists. I have a right to say I am a citizen of Bharat. And not only here, in many other countries happening same. You are deceiving citizens. You are deceiving public. 80% of your news are fabricated and fake. Why do you use this formula? Even this, in such situation when whole world is in turmoil, whole world is facing this so-called medical super emergency, you are not stopping your bad attitude. I am not saying Whatever you are giving is absolutely wrong. Maybe it looks it's right, and you are further showing that it looks more right, but there is no root of that, there is no foundation of that. It's fabrication. You are not even analyzing this. When did this start, when did this end? You have no question to government. You cannot question to Prime Minister. Why? Why can't you question ministers? Why are you not serving public? If you can't question to ministers, you are not doing your job. So simple. If you are questioning only to opposition, you are not doing your job. I say opposition is more powerful. Of course, it is democracy. But responsibility lies with treasury benches. You are not raising questions to them. You did not question our Prime Minister why only 3 hours were allowed for lockdown. Why did you not raise this question to Prime Minister? Did you ever think of these workers who left their homes? Why did you raise this question? Was it not your duty? You cannot simply take it for granted that because there is emergency, everybody has to stay in. Who are you to decide that? Who are you to decide that everybody has to stay in home and not to come out? If one has no food, what shall one do? You have food, you know, you are very rich in comparison to these poor people. You have no problem. You have car to go, you have security to go with you, you have money, you are taking tea, coffee all day, you are getting good food at your home. But did you ever think of those poor people who are in crores? Who shall think for them? Prime Minister did not think for them, President did not think for them, and riches did not think for them, because these were working for those, but riches are also very poor. Riches are also very poor in their thoughts, in their actions. If a factory owner does not talk to these people and runs away, these people, where shall they go? If you don't care these people, and if I really salute these people that did not cause any harm to anybody, they did not cause harm to national property, they did not cause any harm to anyone, and this is greatness of these people, that they are sincere, they are loyal to nation more than journalists, more than ministers, more than Prime Minister. These people are loyal, and that's why I call them assets of this country. They are assets, not ministers, and not these journalists, and not myself. These people serve nation without recognition. These people depend on daily wages. And these factory owners who are in organized sector, they also suffer. So this means those who are poor are considered commodities. Use them and throw them, because they don't have any properties, they are not riches, they don't have their own cars, their helicopters, they are poor, they are living, they are surviving, every day they earn and they stay, they eat. Means you know it very well, so you treated them like this, that as if they are not human beings. I am really sorry, because I am from such field where I respect these people. Now I will give more respect than I used to give before, because nation cannot move without them. Remember, you have abused them for so many decades, and still you have thrown them like anything. I'm really regretful. Our court also did not take suo moto. It was duty of this court to take suo moto, but our court is also with government, unfortunately. I have pity that our systems are rubbish now. They are not very good functionally. They are not functioning, not at all. If our courts cannot think for these poor, I don't consider them courts. Okay, you don't consider politics, you don't consider opposition, you don't consider something else, but these are human beings. You are not considering them. You are not doing justice to them. These people don't have that much power that they can reach court or they can wait. The only question is survival. They decided to leave because they say we have to die in both cases, whether we stay here without food or we walk on road and reach home, if it is possible to reach home, or if it's not possible, we will die on road. Ultimately we have to die. This point of thinking, our our political leaders, our these so-called bhakts or our prime minister remained sleeping. They did not understand anything that there can be some problem. This is clear proof that our ministers are inexperienced. They don't understand public. They are just interested in rich people. They are just interested in those people who support these leaders. Unfortunate this is. I was never I was never sure about this. Our leaders would behave like animals. I call it behaving like animals. There is no funding for these peoples. There is no concern for these peoples. These crores people, even if they die, nobody shall weep for them. Nobody shall weep for them. Many people lost their lives on road. Nobody thinks of them. Because they don't consider human. They consider like chickens, an animal like cow, like buffalo. They don't consider human. These powerful section of society, I am calling them powerful because they are powerful. They have power to work. They have power to build houses for you. They have power to build factories for you. They have power to run your factories, your industries. So they are powerful resource. And remember, human resource is top resource when you take development into plans. When you develop into your view, resources means human resources. You have machine, you have material, you have money. Just do not have human resource. Think of that. If you don't have human resource, all your resources are of no use. These ministers are no use if there is no resource with them. If they do not maintain their houses, they can't stay. We have to be clear. Actually, Bharat has insulted its asset, to be very frank with that. Public insulted its assets, sitting in rooms and talking a lot that they should be this and they should be there. I call those talkers idiots, complete idiots. Kejriwal is idiot. He called like that. They should do that. Bloody what you did for them, tell. Every day you say, I am feeding 17 lakhs people. Who are those people? Where are those? Don't lie to public, you Mr. Chief Minister. Shame on to you and shame on to PM. He is never concerned about these people. Who shall be concerned with them? People from other countries would come, and our bhakts, closed mind section of this society. You are not concerned with lives of people. They are your people. You force them to walk on road in sun, and then again you are alleging upon them that they should not have done this. What should they have done? Tell me. Starve themselves, kill themselves. We will do this, we will do that. You have done nothing much to do. I will ask honor not to charge this. Who are you? Your father's house that. Who are you to ask honor? Why did you not think yourself before? Why did you arrange all this before ordering lockdown? It was your responsibility. PM and CMs, it was your responsibility. You were direct responsibility. You cannot escape from that responsibility. This is my analysis, and I have full right to analyze. I know what is worker. I worked throughout my life with these workers. I know what worker is. Yes, they are not educated. They cannot analyze, but they are human beings. They can think. If they are able to decide that we have to go home back, they can think. You did not preview this because you never considered them as a part of your society. You never considered them. That's unfortunate. They are poor. It's not their crime. Their being poor is not their crime. Their being ill-educated is not their crime. It is blood on society. It's a black mark on society if they are not educated. This is a black mark on society if they are not well organized. It's a black mark on society because society uses them. Society as nation makes use of these people, and these people develop nation. They develop nation, but what did you develop for them? Problems, problems and problems. If minister like Kejriwal comes and says, you should not have gone, Kejriwal, what you should have done? I am really today sorry for Kejriwal, useless person. He is an engineer qualified from Indian Institute of Technology, and a mechanical engineer. He does not understand what a worker means. He has forgotten engineering. He does not understand engineering now because he has become a politician. He does not understand what value a worker is. Unfortunate. I had a misobservation about Kejriwal before, but now I have understood what he is. He is not human being, he is a politician. When I say politician, means not human being, remember. Politician in India means not human being. If you are human, you are not politician. Politician and humanity are inversely proportional to each other. Kejriwal says I am feeding 70 lakhs persons per day. Okay, Kejriwal, where are those? Whom you are feeding? Where are they staying? These people have already left. Whom you are feeding? My question to you is, this means you are bluffing. If you feed rupees 30, let us say minimum, to a person for food, and 70 lakhs people you are feeding, this means 20 crores a day. 20 crores a day. What you are doing with that? Are you doing some scam? I have a right to ask this question. Why I should not, and why you should not? What is the reason we should not ask this question? Rather than contributing something to nation, you are indirectly breaking nation. We don't want your face, your announcements. We want to see facts. First of all, question to Kejriwal and to Prime Minister and to Home Minister. What forced these people leave their residences and go back to their domicile? What was this power? Why this initiated? How it could happen when you are Prime Minister and you are Chief Minister? You come in responsibility. Delhi NCR is under government of India as well as state government. Where were you? Why your combined action failed? This means you are in power. For 5 years nobody can remove you. So after 5 years everybody shall forget this. Why you did not understand this issue, preview this issue before this issue started? They have families, they are poor, they want food. And you send them, you force them go back. You are responsible. You are responsible. Because you are leaders for society, you are leaders for city and for government, for whole nation. And it's not only in Delhi it happened many places. I am just telling this because it's not good to impact at some time immediately. You have to think, you have to think a lot before you make some statement. And when these people are not doing their responsibility, I am thinking, from Prime Minister to Chief Minister, there is no responsible person in this country. They do not think, they do not work properly, they sleep always, just like I say, we are a sleeping society. And really we are. This virus started in some November somewhere, and in our country, I think it was known in January first week that something is going to happen. But people were sleeping. At top, ministers sleeping, states had been sleeping. Did not worry. They were not concerned. They were concerned, they were staying in their narcotism as if they had taken some drug and sleeping. Otherwise, they would have acted. Public is not that intelligent always, because public is not getting news, and these television channels are not doing their jobs. Print media is not doing jobs. But all countries were suffering, started suffering. Europe started suffering, and you say many other countries started suffering, but we were not, we never understood what they were doing. Why we didn't understood? Why didn't we understand that? Sorry. My purpose is not to criticize someone. My purpose is that these leaders must work. They are working on television announcements only. Only. I did not find Kejriwal when these people were on road. I did not find Home Minister when these people were on road. Central Home Minister. Why they did not come to talk to them? Was it not their duty? It was their duty. But they kept off. What reason I don't know. If you keep off from your public, how can you call yourself public leader? These people voted to you and you kept off from them. This means you are not their friends, you are not their good well-wishers, you are just leaders of riches or middle class. This is only class that is powerful than middle class. This is only class that is powerful than riches. Because of these people, industries run, factories run, other works run. If you have money, you don't have these people, you cannot run, you cannot develop. Why? You are nothing, you are only investor, you are only riches. Only riches you are. I respect those Arabic guys, those English guys, those other guys who respect this class. Who respect this class only in this country. Our country, we don't respect this class. Because we are foolish people. We don't know what is human resource. We respect that resource which is no resource. What resource riches are, tell me. What resource is Birla, Tata, Dalmia, etc. are nothing. They are not resource because they don't have anything original which you are contributing to this country. They are using public funds through banks. They are using these people with low salaries. What they are doing on their own? You know, they are making money out of money. All monies of banks they have looted. They exploited these people and then run away when these owners are required. They did not even ask their workers, are you taking food? Should I arrange something? Even there was no need of asking. You should have arranged food for 1 month for them or 2 weeks for them and then again next time. But nobody showed that mercy. Nobody shows that humility. Hospitality. Nobody shows this hospitality. Why? This means you are only interested in money, in earning through them. These are, unfortunate people. They also can have money like you if opportunity arises. They are from lowest standard. Most of them are from SC and ST community. Most of them. 1/3 of them may be Muslim community. So all these three are your enemies. You consider your enemies because you do not love them. Fact is that you do not respect these people because they are poor and they do not want, you do not want them to be with you. You are only interested in their vote power. You are developing a kind of environment now that people go oppose Muslims. This is your activation technology now. You are activating society as if you consider as Muslim have researched this virus. What a worst thinking people we are. What a rich, lowest class people we are. He wants building opinion. We are interested in building an opinion against some community. Police is also same. Government officers also same. There's no difference. Something, a poison has been created. Poison has been spread everywhere. Without analysis, without any court order, without something, you start blaming someone. You start blaming someone. People were enjoying. They were not worried about corona. Even Prime Minister said, I want to continue Lok Sabha Parliament. Why? When Prime Minister was ready to continue Parliament, there was no restriction on these celebrations or functions what these people are doing, others were doing. There was no bar on in temples. Siddhi temple, all temples, even during the celebration on last 5th of April, there was no restriction. People played at firecrackers. Why can you blame someone? Who are you? Why did you not stop someone? Your police was sleeping. You were sleeping. Everybody was sleeping. Then you blame someone. You are born only to blame. Are you there to govern to blame people? What's your purpose then? If your job is only to blame someone, then what role you have? I have a right to ask that question. You may answer, you may not answer. But my voice, my mindset should reach public. I am neither with Muslim nor with Hindu. I am with all those who are citizens of this country, who are my brothers and sisters, irrespective of what religion or caste they belong to, because I don't consider religion as origin or caste as origin for life. These are relative names having no existence. Religion is only a name without any existence. All religions, all imaginations, nothing else. Well, it's your choice, it's my choice. But as far as the rights are concerned, I would still blame governments, both governments, central government and state governments, that they did not do their job to help people. Still there is no help at all. I have seen many videos and posted also. These people have been suffering continuously. No one is ready to help them. No one. I saw a video yesterday regarding Haridwar, that so-called, this one Gujar, some community, one Gujar, they are doing milking trade. This buffaloes and cows, they keep them, extract milk and supply for their livelihood. One video I saw that these people are not allowed to leave that area even to bring food for their animals and food for themselves. These people throw milk extracted into river or canal. This is your treatment with people. You don't let them go out because your village is sealed. You cannot go out, but you don't know how to eat, what to eat. If these animals don't eat anything, shall they not die? If these poor people do not eat anything or sell their milk, how shall they survive? Milk is an essential commodity and you are stopping them. Is this right? It is whosoever chief minister, I don't care. I don't care for that. But is government blind? Is administration blind? They don't consider that they're human beings. Don't go spoil milk here, spoil your whole milk into river. Don't get food for these animals and don't get food for yourself and then say, I am under lockdown. What is meaning of such lockdown? What is meaning of lockdown? Has PM defined what is lockdown? What definition it has? Did you notify that definition? No. Where is that definition? You are not allowing milk. You give them food. Did you arrange food for them? They say never. Who shall arrange food them? This is a question mark. My question mark to you. I don't expect your bhakts to raise this question, and I don't expect these television channels to raise these questions. They are not professionals. Television channels are laymen these days. They are like pan shop, like bidi shop. They are like that. Television channels are not professionals in this country. Even they be one or two, they are not in counting. 95% of channels are non-professionals, and stupids are operating them. Idiots are operating them. Really. They may shout, they may cry, they may become judges on their own, but no value. Zero value. Same time, whole day, 3 days, 4 days, nobody has advised till now, nobody has suggested to public how shall economy be back. Is it not their job? What for they are here? Just to give news that PM is doing this, PM is doing this, PM ने ये कहा, PM ने वो कहा, ताली बजाओ, मोमबत्ती जलाओ, ये करो, वो करो. Is this only job for television channels? I am very angry with these television channels. Just sitting in their offices, studios, they are running country. They are passing judgments. I don't need such judgments. I am paying to you because of real news and views. I don't want to see your fighting during debates. I am not paying to watch fighting. Citizen has to think this way. Give me suggestions, give me solutions. Don't show me that government is doing this and that. No. What public is doing, go to ground and see problems and show us. Otherwise, we do not respect you. You support whom they are support. I am not there to concern about that. I am concerned about this country, not about government. I am concerned about nation and others' nation. That is my worry, not how Prime Minister is doing or how. I am not living for Prime Minister. Prime Minister is living for public. I am not supposed to think of Prime Minister. Prime Minister is supposed to think for us. But you are doing otherwise. I am today blaming you, television people, because you deserve this blame. You deserve this blame. I know journalists, what journalists were, what editors were. No, I don't find them today. I don't find them today. What right you have got to shout on others? What right have you have got to define something for others? Yes, you should be neutral. You should not participate for someone, but you are doing that. You may gently take decisions as if you are judge. You are not judge. You are not even reader. You are just journalist. That's it. Journal, Journal, journal. You are dealing with journal. And what is journal? Some communication that is on journey. You are dealing with that, nothing else. You are a moving postman, postboy. Yes, you can express your opinion. But you have to listen to all opinions. And if you intermingle with others, you are not journalist. You are shame in name of journalist. That's what I say. I'm not saying that whole world is like this. Whole world is not like that. They can question Trump. Go and see. Trump runs away. Yesterday, some question, and he skips, and journalists smiling. This foolish guy skipped. They were laughing. And our PM never faces questions. Unfortunately, this is not time to criticize PM, but PM is foundationless. PM is legsless. Our PM, unfortunately. He cannot contest other leaders of world. He cannot contest. I never expected our PM to be that level down. He does not have that power that our leaders in past had. He does not have that character, that potential that our PM should have. In grief, I can say, as a citizen of this country, he's not that. He's not that level as should be. Nowhere else. Well, I hope that this COVID may die one day, but it's not seen. What is going on is not seen, because all countries are in jeopardy. All countries. And we have just started to enter that room where exists jeopardy. And we think we are safe. That is our problem. We think we are safe. In fact, we have not even entered that room where we are not safe. We have not even entered that room yet. We have not entered that room, and we are entering now. We fail to test citizens. What's happening, in China? They claim that they are safe. Yes, they claimed. But what's happening now? Now, because they are free from this problem, they are trying to test people. And I'm getting news that they tried to test those people who did not display, who did not show any such symptoms related to this problem. And those people who did not show such symptoms have come positive. Those who did not show any symptom, they have come positive. What shall you say? This means systems do not indicate symptoms. It's tests that would say someone is positive or not positive. Test would say who is that. And actually China is learning now. If China is learning now, then we should be learning now as well. Why we did not arrange testing particular people? We did not do that. But we are saying we are safe. Everything was done in Saudi. Everything was done in Kuwait. They were very serious. They are conducting tests now and see results. Before 2 days, they never said we have so many cases. Before 2 days. He says, Kuwait said, oh, we have just one death. And Oman says we have one death. Now you see. Yesterday, KSA announced, KSA I mean to say Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, it announced that we have 200,000 cases. 200,000. 2 lakh, not 200. 2 lakh. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has 200,000 cases. And America is having 400,000 cases. Saudi Arabia is not having that much dense population. They arranged everything. They resorted to all precautionary measures. I think they are much better restricted than we have done. Yet there are 200,000 cases. Now imagine, if you test in this country where population is 130 crore, you will find crores cases, multi-crore cases. Certainly we would have, but we are not doing that. So other countries are right in saying that because you are not testing, your cases are not coming out. Well, I think that is logical definition of this. We are not doing our job. This is our failure. Our failure. I know this is not easy to test. I know that. It is impossible to test all people. That's also a fact. But at least those areas where population is very dense, high density, slum areas, jug areas all over this country, something should be done for that. At least those people who have reached home by walking, how many percent of them have been examined? There's no such data. Lakhs and lakhs of people walked, right? They reached their homes. Crores of people reached. Youth, old, males, females, kids, adolescents, all walked and reached. What is the status of their testing? How many were tested? No data, because nobody did that. Nobody did that. They did not eat food. Even after reaching there, whether they got food or there's no such information. Means nobody was serious about them. If they die, okay. If they don't die, okay. If they have food, okay. If they don't have food, okay. People have nothing to do with them. That kind of isolative section in our structure of society has generated itself. Means we are a nation where we don't consider this part, a part which has got no money, a very major part of our country, which is say 40 or 50 crores out of 130, means 40 or 35 or that election in section, we do not care for them. If Prime Minister is sick, there will be a crew of doctors there. If a minister is sick, a crew of doctors there. But if these people are hungry, these people have no facilities, people don't bother about them. Let them. We don't know who are they. You don't know who are they. Sorry. If you don't take care if you don't care for them, it is a sin. It is a big sin. Because they deserve priority on care. Because they have no resources. And you are in this seat not because of riches, not because of my vote, because of votes from these people. So you are not caring your client. You are telling your workers, give something for one family. Where is money, Mr. Prime Minister? Where is money? Where is money you have given to your friends? 1.7 lakh crore, where is that? Where is money you got through Notbandi? Where is money you give concessions to these industrialists? Where is that money? You are asking people to donate, give gold. Are you beggar? You are running a country or you are running a temple? What you are running? You are demanding public to donate. What sort of government are you? Donate for what? So that your people eat that? For that you donate? You did not talk for these people a single word. I am very angry with you because I am an engineer who deal with these people. For me, these people are more important than an excavator, than a batching plant, than your money. Because these people develop nation. These people develop foreign countries. These people developed all Gulf, all Middle East, all West. Not your middle class and not your riches. They are riches because of those people, this section of people. If people are working in offices, if people are working in industries, middle class, because of these people. You are doing any job, neither managerial job, not labor job, you are doing middle class job. That has got no independence. But these people work independently. If they do not work, you cannot sell. If they do not work, you cannot sell anything. If they do not work, your machines will stop, your production will stop. If they do not work, development will stop, no structure will be built. Don't understand this? If you don't understand this, then you are not worth. Simple. There's no need of any qualification to learn this, to understand this. I understand this because I know how they work. They work, so I work. If they work, I work. And if they don't work, I also don't work. I can't work. I can work on computer myself, yes. I can write myself, yes. But if I don't work, if my project does not work, what shall I write? No work, no progress. That's it. This means they may be ill-educated, they may be poor, their talking sense may not be good, their dressing sense may not be good, but they work. For me, a mason, a carpenter, a welder, a plumber, or whoever, I respect him more than I should respect some officer. Because officer is not directly involved in activities. These are. An engineer cannot be successful if these people are not there. It is not IT world, it is physical world I am talking. IT is not physical world, administration is not physical work, management is not physical work. Management will fail, administration would fail, everything would fail, government would fail if these people are not there. How much can I explain to you, you mindless people? You cannot think that, and you force them to walk. This is your crime, cannot be forgiven. This is recorded in history of this country. All world people laughed on you. What government it is? They could not anticipate this is going to happen. They declare lockdown without taking into consideration these consequences. This is what we are. And we have proved to her that we are sleeping society. This is I used to say for 1 year, we are sleeping society, we are not serious society, and still we are that. Prime Minister busy in games. What for? If my Prime Minister, if my Minister, if my Chief Minister, they cannot think of poor, this means they cannot think for this country. They never thought for farmers. Now they didn't think for these poor people. Whom they think for? They think for riches or they think for bhakts. What do they think for? This disease, you can handle like this? Can you? You can never handle like this. There is no determination. There is no planning. There is no one serious. Lockdown, lockdown and lockdown, only one-minded. They do not know anything else. This is precautionary measure. Even after lockdown, this is increasing. Saudi Arabia was much better in control than we did. Kuwait was much better in control than we did. UAE was also much better, but they all failed. America failed. England failed. Much drastically they failed. Then what? I'm not saying don't do it. But you think how shall people survive? That is also important. And what plan you have for post lockdown? How shall you revive economy that has broken? No plan till now. What your ministers are doing? You have 60 ministers, PM. You have 60 ministers. What are they working for? Can someone ask them? Can you ask them? What are they working for? They are working for puja. What for they are working? They are working Ram Mandir. Is Ram Mandir more important or survival is more important? Is worship more important or nation more important at this hour? Surprise. There is no society, it appears, no society. And see, those who are riches are, since this was declared, they have not come out. As if they open door and come out, oh, they will die. So much fear. Doctors are helpless. No mask, NP25, 95. Where? Why no? Why you did not provide them? Before doing something, you did not provide anything. Now Kejriwal is talking of tests. Where were you to Kejriwal? People had given you highest degree of trust, but you could not maintain that trust. Personally, I am saying, because I am also an engineer like you are, but you are no more an engineer, Kejriwal. You have turned a politician only. You don't understand what people are. You are a bluff master now. Only bluff master. Better to speak like this for you. I can't forgive you because you are an engineer by qualification. And you are not doing as engineer. You are doing as a politician. Every day you are announcing only uselessly. You did not come in open to people and help them. It was your duty to be with those people who struggled, but you did not do that. It was duty of Home Minister to be with them, but he was not there. So you all are useless people for this poor. Poor expect that you should be with them, but you were never with them. Really, this is, you can say, very bad treatment you extended to them. They will never forget this. They will never forget this. Don't worry. You announce anything now, it doesn't mean anything. And I can't comment on Prime Minister because he is nowhere in picture. He is nowhere. He has not done anything. Still he has no plans. He is more interested in New Vista, Central Vista, you know that? He is more interested in renovating Parliament at cost of 20,000 crores, which is no current requirement. He is ready to spend 20,000 crore rupees on something which is not due, which is not essential. He is throwing money like anything. Why do we need a parliament, new parliament? What's the reason behind? Let them sit in tents. What's wrong with that? You are very big. You want modern parliament for what? What are you doing there? What's your production? Only talking and talking for nothing. Are you generating gold there? Are you generating diamond there? Why you do this building? Should be no criticism. 20,000 crore you are going to spend on new parliament or what? It's a question mark. You know value for money. You spend 3,000 crores in okay, people forgot that. But still you have got a habit to spend money like that. This is public money. This is not your father's money. This is public money. You are not thinking of canals. You are not thinking of rivers. You are not thinking how to help farmers. You are not thinking of hospitals. Have you made 500 hospitals in your 5 years? It will be different, no? Supreme Court is angry with you. Charging 4,500 rupees per test. Is it not a loot? How can a poor person, and how can even I pay 4,500 rupees for a test? I can't pay. Maybe for some people it is nothing. And you think a common man should pay 4,500 rupees in private hospital? Then what for government is there? If I have to pay to private sector when there is none of my fault, this is a common problem. It's not my individual problem that I am suffering from fever, I am suffering from something else. My personal problem that can be covered under insurance. It's not personal problem. It's world problem. It's responsibility of government. If you miss something, you have to pay. State has to take care. So you are a state. Why did you agree that you pay 4,500? This means you are involved there. Simple. It's a part of business, money making during this calamity or jeopardy state. This means that. Plainly speaking, why should I hide? A common citizen can pay 4,500. It's a joke. A person who works 8 hours a day, earns 300 or 400 rupees, you expect that person to pay this amount? You lost completely here. Yes, a person who is middle class earning 50,000 monthly, 1 lakh monthly, that can pay, no problem. Where are hospitals? Where are hospitals? Who is responsible for that? You can blame past, okay, blame past, but what about your time? You are 6 years. Can you show me 60 hospitals that you built? You can't. 6 hospitals, forget 60 hospitals. Where are those? What's your plan? Nobody asks you, but people can ask you. If you cannot do that, what's your purpose? You cannot blame all the past did not do this, past government did not do this. Past governments produce these hospitals, they are being tested, people are being tested. This means they did it. They did something. Okay, not 100%. But what? How many percent you did it? You did 4,500, this achievement. You want to spend 20,000 on new parliament, this achievement. You want to take money from people and abuse that money. You can waive loans of these riches. That is the achievement. Is that your achievement? Are you satisfied with your work, PM? And Kejriwal, are you satisfied with your work? Because you are very close to PM these days, and that's why I'm asking. Public voted to you, not PM, but you are with PM, not with public. Is this right? You have lost trust, both you people. Except your bhakts, you have lost trust. You can blame Muslims, you blame someone. Can blame anybody. Again, my question is, what about USA? What about Saudi? Everywhere this problem is. Who is blamable there? Your lapses you cannot hide. And if you try to hide, this will try to come up. Your lapses you want to hide. That's the only problem. You did not take care. You did not act when it was required to act. Because you are not taking good people with you, you are being supported by idiots. That's a fact. And somebody asks you, some opposition person asks you, you laugh. You laugh on him. Means everybody knows nothing, only you know everything. You are sleeping, and still you are sleeping. Fact is that. Doctors are complaining, nurses are complaining, everyone is complaining. There is no system, there is no organization. But what? Nothing. You have no response from your end. No response. I'm not going to international issues because that is not related to this. There are many more issues I can talk, but I will not talk that because I don't want to act as politician. I'm not politicians. As citizen, I'm talking. And purpose of this combined talk here, management and this, is that I don't want to talk separately. This is more serious than management. This is more serious. This is affecting whole world. When every country has failed, I cannot blame that we cannot fail. We also are going to fail, but our problem is we are sleeping. We are not even nervous. We are not even nervous. Okay, it's fine, it's good we are not nervous, but we have to be active. We are not active. We are not active. They say lockdown, I don't call it lockdown. If people are not eating food, you can't say it's lockdown. How it is lockdown? They are dying. They may die hunger, they may have starvation. If your animals cannot drink milk, animals cannot take food, they are chara, then what is lockdown? If that person who milks, who wants to sell his milk to market, which is essential item, and he says, I am not allowed to go out, police is beating me, then what sort of lockdown is this? If you don't allow people to take food, what sort of lockdown is this? In cities only people are happy. If you go to villages, you are finding problems. In cities everybody says, oh yes, everything is fine, that's fine. But cities is not country. People are there outside. People are not, ground reality television channels don't know. Ground reality people don't know. And ground reality PM doesn't know, unfortunately. And they are managing country without having basis. You may call them criticizing, no, this is not criticism. If you tell fact, it is not criticism. PM must know all this. I am every day trying information from YouTube or from elsewhere, from international papers. Browsing every day about 15 international papers, sources, to know what's happening. Because there are many news which our papers don't give, our channels don't give. Those I find from those international sources, certain facts about this country and other facts. So of course I have to spend a lot of time on that. No problem. It's life. It's life after all. We should know what's happening somewhere. As a citizen, I can teach others. I can share my views with others. Because I know people are not interested in this. Our on Facebook, these all friends, they don't have that, you can say, time, you may say, or they don't have, you can say, a route to reach those papers. Maybe they don't understand, but news they can read. They can read such news. They can get information. I know many of my postings are being viewed by many people around the world because I get feedback from many countries. West countries, Far East countries, others people ask something, they send messages. Good messages and bad messages both. I am getting negative messages also. Like sexual messages, I don't care. I block those people or I don't care for those messages. And then, but fact remains. A reputation of our country has dropped. Fact is that. People understand around the world that we are not serious. We are not serious. No control or anything. I know they are also not control, but they are not that type of slave society. They are realizing that they missed. These governments realize. Italy realizes. Your France realizes. And even many other countries realize. US is realizing. If not US president, but others are realizing US president is different, means it's a statue actually. It doesn't understand anything. US president, current president is actually rigid. This is a problem of rigidity. I am saying that's right. He has appointed himself doctor. He has appointed himself scientist. Just like our clown is same character he has. Angry, all time angry. If you don't do this, I will do this. He has a threatening style. He threats China. He threats everybody as if he knows everything. He is right everywhere. And it is because of this man and Chinaman that 3 years wasted. It's because England and UK 3 years were wasted. These all are responsible for economical derailing of world, and also this kind of some contribution towards this kind of. He keeps everything hanging, and he thinks that he is president. Once you remember, he declared he is leading world in this issue of corona, COVID-19. And what leading is there? You have seen his performance. He failed in his own country. He says, news are telling there are more than 4 lakh cases, and I am sure they are lying. It's not 4 lakh, it's 40 lakhs, maybe more. They are just disclosing 10% hardly. Because America shall be biggest loser, and probably we to follow up that, because we have not done any serious cases. We are not tested anything. We are just believing it's all fine. Hope it's positive. Hope it's right. But if you don't do your job, if I'm supposed to do something, I neglect that, I have to suffer. That's fact of life. You cannot say no. But we don't really understand that. I feel now that where is that type of administration we used to be in past? Efficient people, efficient thinkers, and efficient doers. Now, only nonsense debates, useless debates, no actions, no suggestions, no considerations, no opinions, no responses. All leaders are responding in word to press. Our man is not responding even now. Don't you feel this is defect? Why should you support or not support someone just because you want to support? Just because someone wants to support, you should support someone. Why? I am citizen. I am not politician. Why should I support this or that? I will speak in favor of someone if someone does for this country. And I don't consider speaking as answer. I used to blame Manmohan Singh also in past, because you don't have other information. Whatever information you get, you talk based on that. Manmohan Singh is that, Manmohan Singh is this, has as is with a formula to criticize someone. But same person is changed now. You see in your mind picture has changed. You accept it or you don't accept it, that's up to you. But automatic change has come in minds that that person is different. Just like we used to say in past, BJP is different. There was a conception, BJP is different. Now what different BJPs we have seen? We have seen. No need of explanation. And we used to say, Mona Mohan, I don't know how many names, but today we realize speaking is not answer. Yes, you speak, if required to speak. You can speak only when you have something here. Simple. If you have nothing here, you can't speak, you'll shout. But speaking does not mean doing. Just like we say in engineering, drawing speaks. Drawing is language of engineers. One sketch, one drawing speaks million words. And million words cannot tell you what it is about. If you have a book, it is 1000 pages, say, fully written in whatever language, you cannot read that in once. You will take maybe months to read that. If you are interested, that too. Or if you have a book of sketches, okay, photographs, this and that, immediately you'll get all. Oh, I have gone through all album. I have seen everything. Because it's a pictorial form. No need of explanation. But tax you were failed, you did not pass to read that. This means what? This means talking is not very essential. If my picture talks, so fine. When I see work done by someone without any comments, I have to, without any defects that work is, without any errors, what should I say? He is done, that's it. Not necessary that you're right. Sometimes it works. Work speaks. And you go on speaking and don't work. Your speaking will become a laughing at one time. You will become a laughing stock. See, speaker has come. He only speaks and then goes away. He forgets what he speaks. A stage is built like that. And that is where we are. This is not time of speak, but must have charted, solid plan, concrete plan. That we have not done. We were required to do, but we did not do because of many reasons. Let us say, example I am giving you, it's not politics, just a fact of life. There used to be a planning commission, you remember? Planning commission of this country. And it worked for many decades successfully. Of course, nothing can be 100% successful, but you can say pass marks it had. It had plans how to move further. If someone comes and destroys it, it was nothing to be destroyed in that. It was some helpful management. It was a kind of virtual management where we should go. We use again written document, means what we should in next 5 years or 10 years or 15 years, a kind of help, because we forget all time. It was not troubling anybody. It was not troubling someone. But someone came, he did not feel happy with that, he scrapped that. And you know name of that person. But what did we achieve by scrapping that? Did we achieve anything specific? You can ask yourself. So after all, something which is working, you just because you don't like that, you scrap it. And no substitute with you, no alternative arrangement with you. Who shall help you? You don't have capacity to remake your document. You don't have that capacity. If that document would be there, you could tell something what you had to do now. We don't know today, in 10 years, in 15 years, what strength of doctor, engineers, professors, etc., etc., etc. we would need. Do we know today? We don't know today. We don't know anything. So what is planning then? None of our documents in past tell today how many doctors we need today. We don't have any information, and that is the result that we don't have masks, we don't have anything. And it's not only with us, it's with many other countries too. We are losing people upward because of many lapses. When there was no satellite, no internet, people used to move, leaders used to move from this country to that country every day for conducting seminars, for this and for that. And when there is everything, still they are moving. Unfortunately, now there is a break because of this problem. People are not courageous to move because nobody wants to take risk. But it will last someday. Our Prime Minister, expert mover, he cannot digest food without moving. So now I think he's sick, that he's not moving. He's not happy. But that's not point here. Point here is, when shall public rise? That's the point. When shall I and you rise to question government? Where is money? Why are you asking money? Public gave you money. Where is that money? You collected money. People are paying taxes. Where is money going to? You are not able to recover money from business people, from industries. What you are doing with money? Our budget, annual budget is only around 15 to 20 lakhs crores. And we have a lot of money in preservation. You have taken money from Reserve Bank. Where is that money? What you are doing with that? You are asking more money? More money for what? What you want to do, explain. You did not have money to give food to poor people. You did not have money. One day some lady came to me. This food is going, in packets are going. Where are they going? Who is sending them? Modi ji is sending that. But where Modi is involved? I asked her. She did not try to answer. No, this is Red Cross. Oh, this is Red Cross. Oh, Red Cross. Yes, you're right. But Red Cross is Modi's Red Cross. She did not know. I asked her. No. She is qualified MBA. And I was surprised to know that MBA scholar in this country does not understand difference between Red Cross and our Prime Minister. They don't understand. If MBA is of that nature, of that mental setup, what do you think this will be? Means you are interested only in name, publicity. I saw one picture, maybe you have seen, roti, there was a photo of roti, this packets roti, and written on that Modi. In roti. Abki baar Modi Sarkar. That was written. I was surprised. On roti they are writing. Okay, if you write on packet of roti, I agree. On roti, each chapati. Oh my God, what these people are. You are affixing on the roti. What sort of people these are? It's laughing stock. You are giving roti to poor and asking Modi is giving you. Why is no Modi? It's Red Cross. Tell Modi how much you have given. You are asking NGOs. You are asking someone, where is your roti? And why you did not stop these people who left their homes last week to go their homes? Why you were not involved with that? Where was your home minister? Where were your other ministers? Why did you go to them to stop them? Was it not your duty? This means you are happy, let them go. Let problem go itself. You thought if problem leaves this city and goes to village, your problem is over. No, you have aggravated your problem. Now you have aggravated it. Because even when this problem is over, we don't have workers in cities. We don't have workers for factories in cities. You have exploited those workers. Factories have not paid them. Industries have not paid them. And these daily wages, they are nowhere. How you can guarantee you will be back? So how shall your factories run? How shall your industries work which you claim GDP? How shall you bring your GDP back? Did you ever think of that? You try to save money of food for them. You try to save money for 21 days only. You could pay them from national exchequer. What was wrong with that? You can make messes for them. You could ask them to stay in hotels which are vacant. What would you do with those vacant hotels? Shall you eat them? You could convert these bogies, train bogies, into accommodations. You did not convert. They are not demanding AC rooms. You did not think on anything. There are so many government buildings where offices are closed. You could use them. There were so many private buildings, you can temporarily take them over according to making some law. You did not do that. Had you wanted something, you would have done a lot. But no, you did nothing. You wanted to escape, let problems escape. Problem has aggravated Mr. Modi. And for this you are pointed, you are bulleted responsible. I bullet you responsible. Just like the bullet, this point is, you are there only. You and here Kejriwal and all other chief ministers who put barricades on roads. Don't enter here. On top of that, you stop them in road. You have done crime against these workers. Record this in your mind. Your thali, your gali would not work. This is food. They wanted food. They didn't want good clothes. They did not want money. Had you given them food, they would be happy. Then you could ask owners, don't charge them for 3 weeks or 4 weeks or until they have money. You did not do that. This is very simple solution. You could, even had you asked some higher secondary graduate or school graduate, he would answer that way. But no, you would not do that. Then you would say, criticize him. Yes, I am criticizing you. You deserve criticism. You deserve that. When I am audio decision, I can think. Why you cannot think when you have hundreds of advisors with you? Why can't you think? You are paid for that thing. Yeah, I am not paid. I am not paid for that. You are paid. You are in seat. I am not in seat. But I am also a worker. I consider myself worker. I don't consider myself boss. When I work in field, I stand with them always. I fight with them too. Of course, that's my duty. I fight them. I shout on them. I push them for job, but I provide food for them too. If it is government responsibility or it's contractor's responsibility, I give them food or I pay them for food. This is job. If you don't keep them stable, they won't work for you. I have seen some companies exploiting them. I don't exploit them. If I have opportunity, I will give them more than they require. I used to do in Libya. There was free food in desert. Generally it's free food. Okay, you are doing work. I'll pay you. If you do something hard, okay, if I can afford, I'll give you kheer, I'll give you halwa, I will give you whatever you want. No problem. It's only food. By giving them food, good food, you are not going to do obligation on them. This is your duty. If they don't take good food, they cannot work for you. If a company spends little sum on food and gives them, and in return they get better result, why do we feed these people who are middle class and they are sitting on computers all day? They are working in international companies or multinational companies, and day and night they work and shifts. Why you are spending on them? Because you are earning, you are getting in return something. So these people also return something to you. Yes, if they don't work, if they don't hire them, I'm not saying you hire them, if those who work sincerely, and there are 80% people who work sincerely, 20% everywhere you'll find those people don't hire them. Who says you hire them? But this was your job, to force employers, to force company owners, and to force yourself. You help them. You were required by law and by your post to help them, but you ignored them. This is my allegation onto you. Well, I will not just multiply my talk again on this. Just try to express my views on this awkward situation that we have created for ourselves. And even court is considering now, and it is too late. I am blaming court also, that court did not take this issue suo moto. This was basic duty of court, because court is bound to save rights of people, but court waited for some petition to come, unfortunately. Really, it's remarkable. Our top intelligence in this country are not working, they should do accordingly. Move to our talk, management talk. Who gentlemen are there? Let me see. Mohammed, welcome, Mr. MD Amjad joined. Okay, thank you, Mr. Amjad. Welcome, Mr. Palus Pau and Mr. Ramesh. And alright, whatever. And okay, I'll move to management. I was focused. We are focused on walls yesterday. That was wall. I just moved onto that point. I think lift. It was lift. I remember. Yes, it was lift. I talking yesterday, and I just repeat that for connection. Checklist for RCC lift well. Checklist for RCC lift well. Walls works. Okay, wall works. What is lift well? We know what is lift well first of all. Let it be clear to everybody. Maybe people misunderstand sometimes why I'm talking well. It's not well as we talk about. Well means water well, you say. That's right. But it's not necessary that should contain water. We're talking about well means a passage, a kind of vertical tunnel, you can say. We know we lift, but it's nothing new. It's elevator. Vertical movement is elevator, and if you find a passage on which you can walk, without walking you can move, that's called travelators. And when you want to avoid vertical movement, it's called either lift or escalator. Lift is something and escalator is another thing. These are definitions of terms, but where I'm talking is about vertical passage in which our lift car moves, and this passage is known as well, lift well or elevator well. This is a supporting structure to your lift car. This carries weight of movement, and total composition of this is lift well through building with a pit below first floor. I mean to say ground floor. There is a pit in which portion of lift floor and its structure goes down to fit in, and floor remains at ground floor or first whatever floor is this, and top portion there's a room, because when you offload at top portion, connecting mechanism of this lift, it requires a room there, and that's called lift room or machine room on terrace, and in some cases it's built in. So I am talking about that to structure, to provide supporting structure for its movement. That's called lift well, which is generally constructed of RCC for permanent buildings, and also sometimes this is externally done by some other methods. You have seen that. But what I am talking is about structural concrete. In our country here, I have not seen much like that. People use walls, brick walls, which is not structurally reliable for purpose of lift movement. But what I am talking now is that one structural walling, and that I explained yesterday what it is all about. It is a structural walling that we make on site, which is a little complicated because there are two types of these lifts walls. One is single well, and one is lift bank well. Lift bank, when we say, this means there is a group of lifts, maybe 3 lifts, 2 lifts, 4 lifts, 5 lifts, depending upon types of building, and that's called lift bank. Lift bank is of course bigger concrete, but what I'm talking is single lift. Let's say one well is there or 2 wells are there. Depends upon that. One may be goods lift and one may be passenger lift, or there's only one lift, so passenger lift, people take light goods with them. So this is that type of lift, which is very important one. We have to understand that we are going to provide a supporting mechanism as a part of building, which is connected, which contains guide rails of lift, its vibration transfers, and all electrical mechanical fitting volume in that, and that structural surrounding of that car along with a door of lift, all there. So if suppose we have only one lift, let us assume one lift, this means there should be three full walls in plan, on three full walls and one other part wall with one door, and that is what, well, at each floor and from starting floor to end floor on top, all this portion has no slab in between. It's complete opening from that top level, and top it is machine floor, so it's closed. So this whole passage up to machine room down to pit is known as lift well. Lift well, and I'm talking about RCC well, not structural steel and not timber and not something glass or something. It's a structural component. It's a part of a structural device of building mechanism, means structurally mechanism of RCC we use in that. And generally walls are not very thin. These are say 30 centimeter and probably in some cases more. It depends upon what type of building it is. And that's what I talked about. This means when you have to prepare this, we must consider forces in this lift. What force is going to give vibratory force, and because height is more, 4 meters or whatever it is in building, each lift we have to cast, and casting and designing of casting. Structural designing is different. This shall come really done on drawing, because I'm not talking of designs here. I'm talking of quality of activities, quality of items that we do. And RCC, is very important item in all buildings. RCC, which is manufactured on site, or you say done on site, mixing, etc., or you procure ready mix. And then various activities are there, as we said, temporary works, preparatory works, and permanent works. So all these are involved in this lift. And this temporary works means you have to stand on working from one level to another level. For that you require kind of temporary mechanism, or you can say platform to stand on that, which is built of various jackings or this couple of systems. So whatever system we use, we stand there on to work. All our workers stand there. We have to prepare that for both outside of this well as well as in well. We have to provide this working temporary system to work on your preparatory system. Once temporary system, then we have to work on that temporary system to produce preparatory system. And once preparatory systems for reinforcement bars and for shuttering or formwork are done, that leads to working on permanent system or permanent work, and that is pouring that concrete is permanent work, and fixing and placing of steel reinforcement is permanent work. So this is a sequence of that. The point is preparation of all this. How to design for temporary work, how to design for preparatory work, and how to work on pouring of this concrete. That is sole scope of this, as I discussed before. These are major activities, but these activities are also very important because of various reasons. First, we don't get designs of scaffolding, etc. From designs, we have to choose ourselves, we have to decide ourselves what sort of scaffolding, what sort of temporary work we need on site, so that people can safely stand on that until work is done. And then we can say designs are available from design office regarding reinforcing bars or steel and concrete details and reinforcing details. We get that done. We should be constructible, and then there is how to prepare for that. Means we have to design our formwork and other details, complete formwork details, bolting details, volume details, and to take into consideration how to ensure that these are laid in lines in both axes, and these are self-protected, and there's enough provision in that the quality is maintained. These to be in line horizontally and vertically in plumb, and everything is safe. And then after casting, during casting, these are safe. That's the sole purpose of that. And I talked it yesterday about that one. And this is general. I'll speak once again for that so that you refresh your memory. It's better to just think of that. Alright, I talked yesterday that in this checklist, ensure the scaffolding with working platform is in position for access on both sides of internal and external side walls for preparatory works. This we talked yesterday, and ensure safe ingress and egress. Ingress means to enter and egress means to come out. So ensure safe ingress and egress to and from inside of lift well. Then ensure all other safety measures such as green tags are installed, which is safety requirement to declare something usable when there is green tags on that. Ensure rebar fixing is correct to requirement. Overlap should be fixed correct to specifications. Lowest lengths should start at half of spacing. Locations from structural level. Ensure rebars ensure rebars be well tightened and maintained in a plumb, and ensure that all U-shaped bars or even if so required rings are rightly fixed in position and well secured or anchored, and ensure in particular corner U-bars in position in both directions making a perpendicular, and ensure rebars are clean and free from rust, and ensure sacrificial anode is fixed if so required when cathodic protection is designed, and ensure touch-up paint is applied in case of epoxy coated rebars, and ensure electrical and other required inserts are fixed and approved, and ensure all concrete spacers are placed at appropriate locations and positions on both sides, and try to avoid excessive spacers within walls main body. If not so required, check that these spacers are fixed on top portion out of top of concrete, and ensure all inspection before closing rebars by formwork. Check whether or not starter or kicker is convenient, and preferably it should be avoided. And in case self-designed system is being followed, ensure following. When self-designed system says check lift well door forms are additionally fixed. Self-designed system of preparatory works it is I'm talking about. Check lift well design. Lift well door forms are additionally fixed because we have to insert this specific door form in addition to total shuttering of four sides. Check lift well doors forms are additionally fixed to be concealed within main forms. Check both internal and external forms are fixed in position correctly. Check side supporting system intact at one side when bolts are used. Check side supporting system intact at one side when bolts are used. I'm saying that if you are pushing bolts, you can check, you can control it one side, not necessarily to do both side. If you think that's fine, you have tried that, it works fine, okay, follow that. Then check grid offsets, means grid offsets, thread lines are able, means we have to take out say 1 meter or more than that from axis of wall and fix some threads so that you can check positions of your shutters is right or position is not right. It can be ensured by equal readings from that thread from shutters positions, and then that's called grid offset. I can say from that grid you are offsetting say 1 meter, 1.5 meter, then saying after this 1 meter, 1.5 meter minus thickness of ply and thickness of batten, and then whatever grid line is there that distance. This is the actual measurement that should be from this thread to your ply. That's what it says, that check from both axes references to ascertain all wall locations, and that's location that I said you 1 meter minus this and minus this, 1 meter, 1.5 meter minus thickness of your ply minus thickness of batten, and remaining distance up to axis, and whatever results come in that you have to measure that up to string from that position of your formwork, which should be equal at 2 or 3 locations. In case if this just this in line to your design. Then check tie bolts are fixed preferably. Tie bolts means this bolting you have fixed in, this should be correct one. Check tie bolts are fixed properly, means may not loosen, and inside a wall section, the wall is this, and then you have to see plastic sleeve there. Check that these bolts pass through plastic sleeves with bosses at ends. That's also important to see because you have to take bolt outs later when concrete is set or hardened. Do not tighten them immediately but after ensuring through locations and accurate plumb. Top inclined support. Top inclined support is meant for keeping forms in position as I said before. Top position, and one middle is for purpose of holding it against pressure, means middle support located middle support located and fixed one third of from bottom is meant for resisting resultant fluid pressure during pour, means exactly it should be at one third, means not in millimeters but up in position of this, so that resultant force that comes from concrete should be taken by this, should be reacted by this, by middle prop or middle support. Then bottom horizontal support is meant for holding formwork at foot. Then more supports can also be added depending on height of proposed pour, and this depends upon your assessment of site. If you think that is required, though bolts are there, may not be that justified, but you have to ensure it's required or not. Then more supports can also be added depending on height of proposed pour. Also, spacing of tie bolts would require number of added supports. I'm getting a little headache because of some gas, and last night I used fan by mistake just because I was feeling hot, and I don't like cold, so that's no problem. Check whether or not tie bolts have been designed to withstand forces imposed by liquid concrete safely. And then check all corners. Check all corners of forms are well anchored without causing any worry for opening or relocation of forms or getting it twisted. Means check all corners of forms are well anchored without causing any worry for opening or relocation of form. What I am saying is, means sometimes during concrete your sides move at some local points which causes problem to concrete, means shutters are trying to open and concrete comes out or bulges, which is very difficult situation, can't be controlled practically, and that must be taken care of. So saying is that. Then also check internal forms. Also check internal forms that should be provided with adequate cross inclined supports. Internal form here I mean to say in actual portion of well we are talking, that I am considering internal forms, and outside I am considering external forms. Just for name's sake, this is not designated one. So what I am saying, inside well there is a formwork. This must also be checked. Also check internal forms that should be provided with adequate cross inclined supports located in the middle of forms at various locations, but it requires some explanations here, and that explanation is different. Means I should explain in a different way this one. This internal when I'm talking about, it's wide one, means say it will be 2 meters by 2 meters, maybe 3 meters by 3 meters, because when you work, first of all you have to make platform at every floor. Which floor you work, you have to, because you cannot go down. Okay, first when you start it's no problem, but we go to upper areas. You cannot bring something from below, you have to construct some platform here itself, so that you can stand on that, you can work for preparation. You need a kind of scaffolding there internally, and that scaffolding is called temporary work, on which you stand for fixing these shutters, this steel, and then pour concrete. That is internal one. And on that internal one you also provide the supports as I am talking, inclined supports if required there. You have to fix that internally, support them on that platform. There's no other way out, and that's what internal management is there. You have to check lining, same as I checked before. You have to check positions of walling, and also you have to check plumb, dimensions, everything that you have to control from internal areas of this lift, and that's what we use. Internally, you have to collect that, to contact that. That was the purpose of explanation. Then you have to see that it says also check internal forms that should be provided with adequate cross inclined supports, though located in middle of forms at various locations. Check whether or not heavy plumb bobs are hung from top of forms on at least 3 or more locations, depending on length of RCC wall. Yes means you may take say 1 meter or 1 meter or half meter at various lines, or where you think it's required. You can just measure verticality for every plumb bob, and that's very important. If you think that 4 meters, we have checked at 4 locations, and you may see what difference is there, is acceptable or not acceptable. If that difference in reading is different at every point, then you have to readjust that to bring it to same value. Otherwise it's not. In fact, it shall not be vertical, it shall be different budging, 2, 3, 4, 5 millimeter difference will cause a problem to you. This 4 meter means up to 2 or 3 millimeters acceptable, but it goes more out, then it shall not be proper, and you have to handle it differently, means with difficulty. And there is, so check whether or not heavy plumb bobs are hung from top of forms on at least 3 or more locations, depending on length of RCC wall. Heavy plumb bobs means either use heavy concrete piece or brick, etc. Binding wire can also be used to hang heavy weight. Timber piece can be fixed on top to hang bob. Then first check form location at bottom, then at top. Then at bottom, if it's okay, you can check top. So this is in line. Check location somewhere at middle, and after ensuring form location, check plumbs on all locations vertically in full height costing. Okay. Or check for adjustments if so required to bring errors within permissible limits. If there is an adjustment it requires to be raised, you have to open, maybe open some you have to slacken some support jack, or you have to hammer some place. Depends, means how can you do that. Your foreman, your timber for shutting foreman, expert charge hand would teach your carpenters there. And then means they are required to teach them also. They are not simply foremen, they know exactly what to do, what not to do. So they can direct your workers do it. And check for adjustment if so required to bring errors within permissible limits. Once forms are checked for horizontal and vertical locations of controls, you can say start fastening ties and ensure supports are well informed. If you do fastenings before, then you may not able to adjust this distance, this vertical values, horizontal values and vertical checks. Having completed all walls preparatory works, having completed all walls preparatory, that's a gastric problem I think, because I cannot walk for many days because of this lockdown. I'm not able to walk, and I used to walk 5-6 kilometers a day. I'm not able to walk now for last 2 weeks. Only one day I could go for doing something, feeling gastric, Having completed all walls preparatory works, move for working platform for operation and check stability of system. After preparatory works are over, then what's the plan for inspection pour? That's very important. Now check adequate working space. Working space is available within walls. That's very important. Working space, though it's 30 centimeter, 40 centimeter, so no problem here. But check adequate working space available within walls. Works wall passage of pump pipe down to at least 1.5 meter above lowest static point is very important. As I said before also, that if your vibrator cannot go down, your pipe cannot go down, pipe will shoot from from batching plant or from transfer mixer. If that goes down to that point, it's 1.5 meter above ground, above bottom level of concrete, means it will cause problem to you then. Means either you have to use thinner pipes, you have to discuss with operator first, batching plant operator. Check for a strong temporary platform. Check for raising a strong temporary platform internally as well as externally. For working, as I said, you need a platform to work for all purposes internally, and also remember that walls pour is very slow around walls but steady, as it has to be poured in rotations of heights not more than depth of nozzle. It would risk opening forms in case pour is allowed fast. Wall is not an element like column or beams, and therefore imports a good check and attention. Left well walls are complicated pour that should be taken care of, and due care must be given to that. Now I'll just try to speak something on this, which is very much important. As I said before, let us say, as we say, means we have to have assessment on site itself, how it should be. Let us say it is 4 by 4 meters, 4 by 4 meters wall in plan. This means, say, let us say 16 meters. It is 16 meters, and say it is 30 centimeter, 40. So let's say let's say 30 centimeter. So 16 into 0.3, this is, it's 4.8 square meter, say, plan area of lift, and let's say it's 4 meter in height. I am assuming only 4 meter height, so it's 1.92 cubic meter. It's not big anyway. Let me check my right, or maybe I'm wrong. Let me check once. This is 16 into 0.3 equal to 4.8. 4.8 into 4, so there was an error. Oh, sorry, it's 19.2 cubic meter. That's why it's wrong, 19.2 cubic meter, let us say it is 19.2 minus door volume. So 19.2 minus door, let us say it is 1.5 meter wide, maybe, or 2 meters. Let's say 1.5 meter. 19.2 minus 1.5 into 0.3 into 2.1, and this is 11 point, I think it's an error, should not be something wrong. So 2.1 into 0.3 into 1.5, this is 0.945. So that is 19%, is about 18 point something. So this concrete 18 point something it is. We have to think that way. 18.5 or 18 cubic meter concrete you have to pour. Now let us say total is 16 into 0.3. This is 4.8 square meters. 4.8 square meter, and if you consider 40 centimeter, 0.4, this is 1.92 cubic meter we cover in one lift. 1.9 meters. We have 18, let us say 18 cubic meter. So 18 cubic meter divided by 1.92, it gives us 9.375, let's say 9 layers. We have to do 9 layers of concrete in this lift. This means 9 layers of equal concrete. One layer may take how much, let us say. We install pump, we pour into that, we then vibrate that, and then wait for other one. It may take 15 minutes, for example. So this is 19 layers we have to pour. I'm giving minimum 15 minutes, and that can be half an hour some cases. So let's say 20 minutes. 9 into 0.2 minutes. No, 19 into 20 minutes. 19 layers into 20 minutes. This is 380 minutes. 380 minutes means divided by 6. This is 380 divided by what's possible computer. 380, something wrong with this, 380 divided by 6, 60, it is 6.3 hours. So this pour is going to cost me 6 hours, let us say. 6 hours, this means people have to take lunch also. So we have to keep some shift that another person should come after 3 hours and take care of this concrete. Or every 2 hours there should be a pause. Pause means pause not of concrete, but shift. Let us say these people who are working, for example, let's say 20 people are working there, assume. Means there will be masons, there will be carpenters, there will be steel fixers, waiters, and public who is handling pump. 5 or 6 people and 2-3 banksmen. So 8 or 9 people are just held with, and then operator is there, and maybe some people are there. So let's say team of 20 is working for that. Let us say means these 20 people must be allowed some pause after every 2 hours. In that case, some other people should be there to take care of that. This way, in 6 hours, let's say you are going to pour this. But remember, it's very complicated pour. That you have to be very smart for that. And if you cannot that, you are going to lose. You are going to lose quality of that. That means there should be good supervisors there on this pour who knows how to do this pour, and that's very essential for you to do this job. Otherwise, if you don't understand that, if you don't take care, you will miss that. You will miss quality, you will miss layers won't be in straight line. You will find something in curved portion which won't work for you, and that would be a problem for you. Therefore, it's very essential to be sure of your plan, how you do it, and temperature permits or it doesn't permit. Though its vertical member, vibration is not easy, pressure accounts there. You have to make sure that there's not enough pressure developed that can open its sides. Because side is open, it cannot come back. You do whatever you do, it is out, it's out. It can open or it can bulge. We say bulge when something is vertical and there's little portion out of that in curve. That's called means bulging, and that does not accept. You have to chip it out later on. That is another problem. So in this 6 hours, you have to plan accordingly. Let's say 18 cubic meter. This means probably you will place orders for 3 small trucks, 6 cubic meter truck, 3 trucks, and you are going to take 20 minutes in each layer. This means in 20 minutes in each layer, 3 layers would cost you 1 hour. So you can say after every hour or 1.5 hours, another truck should come, which you will call that person. That's your planning, and this one truck must be cleared in 20 minutes, including your tests or its washing. So you can say 5 minutes for washing. So you have to do 25 minutes to each. This is what we plan, because you have to pour it. You have to pour it gradually in that layer and vibrate at the same time, because if you don't vibrate, it will not work as it should. It's not slab that you can just take care, it's something different. Here you will not have any chance to control in middle. Only vibrator control is there, no other control. Pour it and vibrate it. So you have to use torch or something, because light will not be seen there when you are working. You may need some light, so you may need some torch if it's done at night, or there's good light. The lights won't reach your bottom of that. So that's very important that someone should be there below to tell where to reach. somebody must stay at door to ensure what's height of concrete and to which these powers have come. If you do that way, you are successful. In 6 hours you pour it. But that's not over. No, problem is over. That's not the stage. That's a start one. If that is the problem, means bulging you have to avoid, otherwise it's okay. You did it, you have to clean also surface because there are so many, in all this square you will find so many kachra or something. If you cannot do at that time, you have to do next day. So this is a casting of lift, which is very important, and I will take next item here, which is also linked to such kind of work, and that's very significant one. That's checklist for RCC longitudinal stair work. Now, before I move further, I would like to say something very specific. We are talking of formwork and pouring concrete. That's okay. But we should not forget that just pouring concrete is not enough. We have to take care of curing, we have to take care of removing these shutters, or we call them de-shuttering, or whatever we call them, striking shutters. There are so many names. Some call them removing shutters, some call them de-shutter, and some call them striking formworks. So I generally use term striking, that we remove these shutters, these formworks. Shutter or formwork, the same thing. We use that way. Look at the drop of water, my throat is. Now that removal of shutters is important item. Means it's not in my hands or in your hands. We do whatever we want to do. There are some rules, some requirements that must be followed with. Now, there are two ways, two considerations. One consideration is there is a member, a structural member, which is vertical. For example, column, this wall, these are vertical members, standing. And there are some members which are horizontal, like beam, like slab, like this. When it is vertical, it is done before, and horizontal is done later on. Vertical member means once it is set, it's hardened. Immediately we can't stand on that because there is no horizontal member, but it has set. According to provisions in codes and experiences, this shuttering which is there, if it is not used somewhere else after removal, we can leave it there, no doubt. But if you want to remove that, indication and rule says that 24 to 48 hours of pouring. Say we pour at 5 o'clock, after that next day 5 o'clock to 48 hours, twice, next day 5 o'clock, it can be removed depending on its sets properly. This is basic rule, that within 24 to 48 hours, depending on weather conditions, you can remove the shutters if you want to reuse them, depending on situation. And if you don't remove them, if it doesn't causes any hold on other works, means these are independent, are going to be used later on. If you don't want to remove immediately, there is no hard and fast rule on that. You can leave there, provided this is in temperature range and there is curing from top, or you sprinkle some water on the shuttering itself if it's required. It's no harm. But if you remove, you have to remove in this period of up to 48 hours. Now, removing is not easy. means it's wall after all, column after all. You have to take out all bolts if you have provided bolts. You have to take out all this one by one, all these timber pieces, and all you have to remove this horizontal pegs you use for shutters. All you have to remove one by one. It's not that I can take hand and use like that. It doesn't happen that way. It takes good time for removal of shutters. If you say I took 2 days for erection of shutters, it will take approximately half to 1 day, in cases more, or in some cases same time as it was done. So this removal of shutter is also a very considerable activity that takes time, but we don't consider it so serious, but it is very serious. Because only after removal or striking shutters we can say some defect exists or it doesn't exist. Only by seeing, looking at that, we can say some defective work is there. Then you have to be very much concerned about that. If you find some defective work there, is there from some gentleman, Mr. Salute T. Okay, welcome, you're right. If you find after removal, first of all you have to keep your site tidy. You remove that shutter, keep somewhere else for remaking it, and leave area complete tidy. Remove all nails from there, otherwise rails can puncture your feet. Be warned. Don't think of things there. Sometimes there are pieces of nails fixed in, and your shoe goes on that, your leg goes onto that, and you puncture something. So you remove those shutters from side to keep somewhere else where your yard is for illegal less. And you notice that there are some defects. Then you have to go to your resident engineer and discuss with that way why it's all about that. And if you find defects, you tell them this is defect. You inspect defect. Go there. You see closely what is defect. Only you can identify defects. If you think it's superficial defect, it is finishing defect, you chip out that one and see what is that. Of course, before that you talk to engineer that I'm not able to understand that, that's why I can call you. No engineer would refuse. No one will refuse that. After that you check yourself and tell what you want to do with this, and that should be on record that we report this site, that we discovered that these are defects, these are deficiencies in concrete, and we talk together with we talk together, inspect it together, and we recorded that. But we don't get rid of until we take care of that defect. And that defect rectification, that defect care is very significant in such projects or such projects. You have to take in writing, you have to do some writing work on that. If you discuss with your supervisor, government supervisor or project supervisor or resident engineer that we agree, we discuss with him, we agree, and you make a note or you make entry in your scheme or daily report wherever by your method, and that person should agree. If that paper you have, you can bring this into dispute making if you write it. And once you write the maybe by only chipping, by chipping this, hacking this, some good base below. If it is soft base, it's porous one, the cement slurry has come out, you can say that this is a problem on this site, and I am going to apply my remedy this way, and if you approve this, we will do this. If that one you do and it is done, okay, they agree to do this, then you can carry that on issue. That will be inspected and approved. Also, in case they say no, you need further investigation why this defect is arisen, means you check further and see actually up to where it is. Sometimes in hidden body there may be as such. So I don't recall that after that this happened. After that is happened, it's not done, no record as such. Whereas when people feel they're responsible, that time is different. Now this is for column and this is for vertical members. There are many kinds of chemicals here. When it is rough surface, and you can remove that rough surface, or it's soft surface, you can remove that soft surface and go and checking in whatever form it is. This statement is very important. You use chemicals, use epoxy or straight concrete. You have this straight concrete application on letterbox type you can do, or some other method. You have to investigate further and see. Maybe in some case you have to apply resin injection. Resin injection means inject a kind of sap chemical. Resin means that comes from materials, organic matters, plants or somewhere else. That chemical called resin, resin. This is very chemical like which goes into this cracks and sets in concrete and strengthens that. It strengthens not in a structural manner but keeping intact concrete integrity. We do that. So all these surfaces that you have removed must be inspected immediately, but don't stop curing in name of inspection or investigation. Curing must immediately start once shutter is over. And this should be continuous. Continuous completely. After that, curing is continuous. Curing, what type of curing is that? That's the point. I'm saying curing. Vertical surface it is. There is no limit of water you can waste on that. You will just take a pipe, hose pipe, plastic pipe, and spraying on that. You will drop a lot of water, waste there. Because it can't stick there, can't flood on that. It can't stagnate there. So immediately it comes down. Means if, yes, you may be having water in your country, plenty of water you can use that, but in all way water is not available. So what's best solution in that case? That's the point the engineer have to think of. It's not okay, do wet curing, it's okay, no problem, but water is a problem. It's not available, you have to buy it. This is very expensive and distance of us. What's that? Then simple. There are only two ways. Either use your chemical compound, is called curing compound. Sorry, use chemical compound. We call it curing compound, which means there are two types, as I told before as well: water based and wax based. These are water based and wax based. Of course, this costs something, but this saves also, which we don't understand. When I say water based, means it's a product of water. You buy it after approval and use your gun, that's called spray gun. First you have to spray water on your surface of column or wall. Spray water on that surface and keep it wet. But before it is dried out, before it's evaporated, immediately take that compound, curing compound, and spray on whole surface uniformly, complete surface of that. And you be sure that there is no chances this membrane of curing compound will break. And top portion where exposed concrete, you can't put this compound, it's not allowed there on top, so you have to cover that top with some saturated bag or something and keep watering or keep plastic on that, and from sides you can say you have cured. But your problem is solved here because you use money, you saved that money. If possible, you give this money to your sister who helps you, or to someone else who can do that. Now, this curing is done for vertical members and for horizontal small surface. Forget that. It will take care itself. But if you are not doing this method, you are doing other method. You are putting saturated bags around surface of column and then protecting it by polythene sheet thorough. You can do that, but you have to keep it saturated all time. And from top or from bottom, you have to keep it wet for number of days, and number of days are 7 to 10 minimum. Remember, vertical surfaces. Curing is not for 28 days, for 48 days. Curing is for same period as is required, and you have to be careful about that. So there is a two methods, and when I said there was another curing compound which is not water based but that's wax based, that is specification of this curing compound, and there's only difference that water based compound is effective to an extent of 65% to 70%, but this wax based compound is fully effective. Fully. So you can use that compound also, but problem in that would be if you are using wax. Wax is on your surface. It will not allow burning later if you want to distemper or some other paint or some other application of that. This means either you have to use another compound to degrade this compound, or you have to chip that one. So this is where your curing plays a role for a period up to 10 days after you cast it, and that is surfacing, vertical surfacing. This is for vertical controls. And but when about horizontal controls like your beams and slabs and some special arrangement as you have here, bridging on small areas, and wherever you have concrete, you have to do a lot of work on concrete. Now just say some other member, foundations, they are done already. Foundation requires better treatment. Now, this was about vertical surface. It can be, I talked about beam also, foundation also. Foundation is also having vertical surface, though it's a small, means 40 centimeter, at maximum 1 meter. Curing is same, or on surface of foundation, curing is same. But I did not talk about surface of foundation, so you can say you have to apply water, saturated Hessian and cover with polythene and keep wet. That is so simple. Or horizontal, you can apply water curing component. That's not permanent solution, because people walk on that. So it's up to you. Site engagement is how we use water for this building. That's what we talked of. Now I'll go to other item. That's horizontal surfaces, but I have not taken up yet our forward. So we'll be back to that to see what can we do now, where can we go, and who's this gentleman joined. Mr. Saran Lavanti, you're welcome, and somebody else maybe, I don't know. Well, who is there? I'm lucky. So we'll move to longitudinal stair work. Now I'm talking about stairs. What is a staircase? First of all, a stair, let us understand. What is a stair? Do you know? Stair is a combination of tread and risers and waist slab. Treads and risers, and this is for whatever number of stories. Riser means vertical distance, vertical step. How much you rise in each step till you reach next slab or next level. This is riser. And tread is horizontal portion, or when you keep your shoe there or foot there, that's tread. So tread, rise, it's like that. Tread and rises. So we are having treads and rises, that's one part of step. It's combination of tread and riser is called step, which is triangular one, not rectangular one. Triangular in section and rectangular in length, in width of step. And then there is a slab below that step, through slab connecting your landing or lower floor. That another one starting from landing and go to next floor level. This waist plus riser and tread equal to nonsense. Or you can see equal to flight. You can say flight, riser plus tread in combination, surrounding families of things. Now this charge of flight, you have to mold. You have to prepare a mold for your flight, and this is for ground to next slab or next slab to next slab. Design of a stair is always different. First of all, you have to understand how many steps would be there. You have to calculate first before doing floor. What happens actually, I have seen people do it reverse. They say this is my floor to floor height or structural to structural height, and I am going to provide so many numbers of risers. And or they calculate, this is my height, I have to take this much rise and see how many risers are coming in. And they'll find that there's such difference they cannot measure on site. There's some remainder after that, and that remainder is balance of weight. That remainder is very different, because remainder is not whole number. Remainder is not in whole number. Steps are not numbers. You may get 20 steps and 0.5, 0.6, 0.7. How can you pay that? But here, in this step, if you can understand this, how to do that, what I do actually, I consider, let us say 15 centimeter or 12.5 centimeter, depending upon size I have in my plan. I will take, let us say 12.5 centimeter. This means 2 steps are 25 centimeters. If you take 2 rise in 12.5 each, it's 25 centimeters. So if I take 25 centimeters for 2 rises, 1 meter how much? You can calculate. Right? 8 rises give you 1 meter. And you can say whatever number of meters you are doing, you can divide and decide number of rises. It's easy from what point, because first of all riser is not that big here, that's the height there, and you are comfortable with design of stair. That's my principle today, that I speak to them in a better way. Now we have decided I'll take this riser and this bed. Then you can decide floor height. So simple. Why to decide chloride first and riser later? Better go little reverse. It will not make any difference. It will just give you convenience to decide for riser and trend. Riser is more important. Your issue should be equal. That's a very important point. If your riser is not equal, you will find certain problems there. And that problems will be dangerous sometimes. I give an example. You remember our Prime Minister dropped something on riser. That's because of this problem. Many people fell in UAE because of this, or I think Qatar, and there was penalty on those builders. Why did someone fall there? So riser is not that difficult, only understanding is difficult. Then you have designed yourself, or you got designed, it's up to you. Now what it says, we have flight. Flight means this thick slab below these risers. These risers are triangular. There is a thick concrete below connecting this stairs. Right? This flight is called, this slab is called, this inclined slab is called waist slab. W-A-I-S-T. This name of that. This spans your landing and ground floor, or another landing. You may call that landing to landing, or ground to landing, or landing to upper floor. This means this waist slab is relative to these hangers. This slab, thick slab. I don't know, can I explain? I have this, I just know. Let me see, I have some sketch of that here. Because sometimes you see, maybe I don't have, I have certainly sketch I had. Let me see if I can remember. I have some sketch, I drew some sketch before. I got something here. Let me show you that first. Just before starting talking that, I will show you something that is specific. You might not have seen that before. Let me show you this. It is not very clear yet some information to you that. You see, can you see something? You can see this horizontal, then inclined, then horizontal, then inclined. This is here, and this is not clear actually, not very clear. I wanted to show you clear, I don't have that very clear. It's very little rubbish, I'll show you some time. I cannot show you now. I'll show you this. This waist structure is designed in different way. I am talking this long span based waist. Means, let us say this is a thick slab of 20 centimeters. Generally, it is 20 centimeters in long span, and we consider landing to landing control here. Ground landing or ground floor to this landing, top landing, center of landing to this center downward. This span is considered for calculation purposes. You get my point? There's a landing and previous landing. This horizontal distance is calculated, and that's controlled to design this span. Of course, there's a beam and something else later on, but we continue this path. And this, we calculate what load is coming on a stair. First of all, it's 20 centimeter, I'm saying, and then treads and risers. Quantity is already double. If you take slab, it's not that thick, maybe 15 centimeter, but here this big 20 centimeter and stair, so it's almost double. This means double load, and generally people would come on to this, say it's the rush, there's a gathering, so load is also more, so it is thicker slab. And it's not horizontal, means we have to do calculations of this. Not only calculations, design in that inclined manner. Each step we have to design right on our AutoCAD. Right means draw. We have to draw on that, on AutoCAD. I think, I don't exactly remember, but I have some. Let me see if I can show you something else I remember just now. I did this in my building designs of my house. I think structural I had. Let me just 1 minute, I see. I want to explain now because later on we forget. You may not get benefit of that if you are wasting your time here. You should get something. And yeah, let me see, it's something I have here. Let me see something for indicative purpose only. Let's see it's here. I'll just show you some glimpse of that. See this, if you see that one. So it's not very clear, but there are steps shown. I'll show you other one here. I'll show you a plan which shows how we locate that. We plan first of all. See. Can you see this plan? This is steps in plan. One landing between, and that is one. The other one I'll show you. Whatever I have, I can show you now. Then I cannot show you everything. Let me see if I can see something here. Okay. It's made everything. You can see this. Continuation is there. It's not very clear, but it's there. I'll show you later also. Because these stairs continuous floor to floor, and there are beams shown. They are floor to floor here. Yes, we cannot simply take it, oh, I like this, I take it. No, it's not that. We have to draw it properly. Otherwise, we will make mistakes, very much mistakes we make. And that mistake cannot be, cannot be controlled. See another one here. You can see that. You can see this, and also from ground, and then another one. It's continuation from basement, then ground floor, then first floor. This is continuous, shown with slab. And show another one. See, this is through same one, but you can see landing one side, other side is there, and then steps are there, some other steps. I try to show you what actually we draw. It's not as simple. I say take a. No, we cannot take. We have to give complete details to our carpenters. Only then they can do. Otherwise, they cannot do. This is not simply work that we can ourselves like. We have to do everything. Every detailing is required to be done. Every detailing. Well, I'll see later on. I don't know which time like this. As indications I have given you, what we do, that's important. I was trying to show you that you should be clear of what I'm talking. So that was staircase. We have to draw each and every step. This detail you will not find in architectural drawings, which should be there as well. Yes, some people just leave it to those who are working on sites. This is nonsense. If I am working, I have facility of AutoCAD or some other drawing system, I know what I am going to do. It's my duty to give complete details to site person with complete writings. What is riser, what is thread, what is this, what is that, what is inclined length, what is vertical length, what is horizontal length. That is my duty as a designer to write on drawing. I cannot leave unto them, decide yourself. Why should they decide themselves? It's my design. I am responsible for this. I have to give them exact measurement. This is landing bottom, not top. Means I have to give formwork dimension. That is called working drawing. This formwork from this point to this point, you have to take this millimeter shuttering or centimeter shuttering. Then you have to take at this level from this, means wherever shuttering is come, has to come. I have to tell that carpenter from this point to this point, this is measurement, so that he does not wait for me to come. He reads drawing and cut that form, size and fix there. Then you have both horizontal measurement, and when he measures this point inclined to that point, this on side should be same as shown on drawing. There is no question of telling him this is angle. No, I am not interested in telling angle. I will say this dimension, and this dimension. These two dimensions are for setting purpose. This horizontal, and this horizontal. Say this one, then this connection automatically is created. This working drawing. I cannot leave any defect on drawing. Angle is known from rise and tread itself. This is important item. If stair is defective, believe me, you cannot use building. Cannot use it. And if you rise on your stair, your leg should measure automatically. I am comfortably rising or ascending or descending. If you feel that there is some risk there, it is not good stair. In millimeters it should be equal, in millimeters. And landing means we have to tell everything on drawing. It may look complicated, no doubt. But information flow is a must. Or you separate detail of that. Otherwise, you will not find that stair fit in correctly. That's why I'm trying to explain, apart from design considerations, dimensioning consideration, because stair is different item. It has many different systems in that. It has landing, it is bottom landing or slab, its inclined surface, its rises and tread, its intermediate beams, it has remote beams. Many points are there which even engineers do not take seriously sometimes. I cannot see architectural drawings because I don't like them. They make mistakes in all drawings. I have seen many drawings they copy paste for purpose of just copy paste. Who works? Who has to work? You have to work yourself. You cannot give draftsman for this purpose. If you give to draftsman does cause mistakes. The draftsman cannot think calculations. I always start with staircase. If stair is fitted properly, I cannot change that, even my own decision. If I change, I will change thoroughly because it will affect some room, it will something else. Complete system is broken. That's why we are engineers. We have to think where root lies, where problem lies, and come out of that. And moreover, many other services are required to be kept in considerations, like maybe some pipe is passing through stair, some sewer pipe, some water pipe, some electrical. Sometimes people use below landings so that they let us make this space for electrical meter. Depends upon size of your plot. If you are not having luxury of cover area, then you have to use that cover area only for every services. So I tried to explain to you, we have to make sure that safe, and moreover we have to see when we stand on some step or some landing, your top slab of another one should not touch your feet, or if there's some opening that can head touch you, then it's not correct. It has to be kept in mind. So stair is a little different. I'm not going to design aspects of that. I'm just going to construction aspects of that. And we have to think a lot. We have to avoid certain positions we don't have. For example, some people put on landing itself some steps. On landing itself they put some steps, it's called dividers. Or they have different names for that. Just in one landing this causes problem. First problem of construction and then of use. You cannot relax on landing. Means what? You just land there for little relaxation of few seconds. You are coming, wiping up, old persons coming. You are just coming very fast on that and start breathing like that. So a few seconds relaxation is agreed when you go up building in many stairs. That was purpose of mine. Now I'll go to text explanation again because we have time to understand, so we can better learn to some extent. So I am now going to read checklist for RCC longitudinal stair works. Now what I say, conduct in-depth coordination on drawings for relevant involved activities, which we are doing. This is actually coordination, as I am telling you, coordination of self-architecture, structure and services. This is what we are talking of. This is part of coordination, nothing new, and it depends. There can also be lift involved with that. In some cases, sometimes stair is near left. Well, it depends on that. So conduct in-depth coordination on drawings for relevant involved activities. Actual details pertaining following such settings should be charted out clearly for communication to site any error or whatever error may mar site work in staircase, don't forget that. No errors. Error free drawing. Setting of lowest beam, let us say now what is lowest beam. From here you are starting your first step. It can be carried out in one go easily whether or not it is monolithic with great slab. Sometimes you start stair step, there is no beam there, there is no foundation there, it's foundation free, but you have a grade of first slab. We can connect our stair to that, it's permanent beam, permanent slab. We can insert a beam there which is stairs bottom beam. It will not be a part of grade slab, it will be a separate one, but we can do a beam there which acts like a support for first slab. Then setting of columns. It is little tedious, to decide or to take into consideration. It's little tedious. It's a decision just to be taken about whether it stays casting of column or full casting of column with downs. Got my point? When we start a stair, there's no column say, there's column or no column, doesn't matter, but we need a further rise, and you go to another column which is there on the remote end. Then we have only one side column, no column in between, because we are not supporting that, we are supporting longitudinally. If there is column, fine, we decide accordingly, it depends upon your design. So what I say is a little tedious as a decision has to take about whether stays casting of column or full casting of column. If there is column, you have to stop there when you cast stair. You cannot take full column like you take other columns. And if you take full columns, in that case you have to provide steel for stair waist in that, which is not easy because this is inclined first of all. So generally what we do, we cast this stair and its structure up to lower levels, and we reach to stair beam which is at end of landing. So it's little tedious as a decision has to be taken about whether stays casting of column or full casting allowing down. Setting of first waist slab. Now it's a question. First waist slab we are doing. Waist slab or inclined slab requires dimensions of west soffit, as I soffit we say bottom portion, that is shuttering. That dimension is available. Setting of landing beam. Landing slab requires dimension of soffit, again shuttering dimensions, and beam soffit dimensions, upstand or downstand. Upstand, what's upstand, what's downstand? We are talking about landing. Landing means is kind of slab at different level than other slabs. Means it's a small slab only for stair. It's not at slab level, it's at lower level. And then we have to see that how we fit in there. This slab of landing can be supported by down beams, as usually you find in the rooms. This down stand is a concrete, and down hanger here we cast together, or we cast same thing on top. One small column and one small column, and that you can say beam. Beam is also at different level there. So what it says, Beam can be above slab or a slab of landing or below slab of landing. If it is below slab of landing, it's called downstand, and if it's above slab landing, it is upstand. Downstand, upstand. Both are no problems. You can do, but generally we do upstand in case of landing. Upstand, downstand we avoid. It's not because it won't work, it will work both ways. But when we take upstands, because we have to do some masonry, yeah, of first slab, and the first waist, not second, first waist. And we have to do some work of landing there, which involves this beam work. Then say setting of first waist slab requires dimensions of waist soffit, and landing slab requires dimension of soffit, beam soffit, upstand or downstand. Then setting of mid landing require dimensions of soffit. Mid landing, this is actually mid landing. The setting of second waist slab requiring dimension of waist soffit plus beam slab. Now what actually I'm talking about here? We go this way. This is your inclined slab. This is landing. So you will say inclined slab, landing, and the beam up or down. We say downstand, I'm not taking upstand thing. So we have to provide dimension of the soffit of landing and dimension of beam and slab, which has to go further upwards. This was first landing we talked of, but don't forget second landing is also there. Oh sorry, not landing, waist slab, I'm sorry. First slab I talked of, first waist slab and then second waist slab. We can cast both same time, or we can cast first one first and second with slab. Generally, second with slab is preferable, conveniently, for many reasons, because we have to see how it can work on site. We have to fix steel in one time, no two times. We have to do it one time better, because these are again complicated details, inclined details, horizontal details like that. So we have to study that. We will provide 2 steps per step in that. Yes. You have plenty of people, then you don't need that. You can depend on your people, but if you are experts from that field and they are not reliable, but reliable, accessible, you can use them for you. But it's not happening. It's to be forced by society that someone should be there. Otherwise, don't bring points here. Now, you have downstand, upstand or whatever. You take another slab, shutters and steel, but don't pour them at the same time. You have to provide shuttering for complete system including landing level slab, because landing is not supported by anything. Landing and your waist slab are structures of stair, but there is no complete structure mechanism for this structural mechanism should be clear by everyone now. Then we further go and see what it says. It says setting of second waist slab. Waist slab requires dimensions of waist soffit and beams, and then it says setting of floor portion landing requires slab dimensions in line with main slab. Setting of floor beams, requirement of surrounding beams. This I was talking about. At landing level, this beam comes up to previous structure. Like different level beam, this is a must. This will actually support your staircase connected to landing and then to landing beam. This continues. This is a structure of stair. Then we ensure riser and tread dimensions are very significant for whole staircase. And also that structural floor height to structural floor height, I am saying structural floor height, which means concrete to concrete and not floor to floor. Structural floor height matches with riser size summations or number of risers multiplied by size of risers. Means if you add all risers together or one riser multiplied number of risers, you can get structural floor height. Floor height from concrete to concrete. We get that one. Then in general, calculation and setting dimensions is very cumbersome process for stair work. Calculation and setting dimensions is difficult, you can say cumbersome, I'm calling it a words process for stair work on site. Working carpenter requires full details that either junior supervisor or surveyor on site may not rightly communicate. Now check whether or not all required dimensions are indicated. Check whether or not all required dimensions are indicated. In case of some important dimensions are missing, use AutoCAD soft copy for charting out required dimensions. It is not a tedious job by AutoCAD. Calculating using formula shall not be much supportive. If you use formula, mathematical formula, this won't give you exact answer you want. Therefore, it's significant to know that carpenters shall require relevant dimensions necessary for setting out formwork in 3-axis dimensions. Get my point? Now check whether or not supporting system scaffolding for staircase is easy as supplied by proprietary manufacturer. If you take from proprietary manufacturer, they will design themselves to supply you exact dimensions. Exact dimension is according to dimension of your structure, they will give you members that fit in your position. Now, check whether or not supporting system scaffolding for stair is easy as supplied by proprietary manufacturer, or it requires to be designed on site using traditional methods. It has been observed that many adjustments are made on site for such purposes. Check whether or not complete stair can be poured in one go or in 2 stages. Now, check all rebars or reinforcing bars and have those placed in right locations. Reinforcing parts, which is also very complicated in stairs. But this required placement. That's not difficult for me, for others, but maybe for common people. Check check right dimensions. I think this is nice. Then check all rebars and have those placed in right locations, and check all electricals inserts of pipes, electrical inserts that are in place. That's also very important. Then check all risers. All risers are in right location and well anchored using middle anchorage supporting system. This is actually very important. I'm saying check all risers are in right location and well anchored using middle anchorage supporting system. What is that? You have done waste slab shutters, you have done landing, you have done beam otherwise. But it says, what shall you do when you are with done. What happens is, risers you can put in positions in stair, one after other, one after other, one after other. That's okay. But threads you cannot put. Threads you cannot put. Yeah. So we check all rises in right locations and anchored using middle. What I'm saying is you have put risers, right? All 10, 12, whatever. Now it is say 1 meter wide stair. You take a big timber piece from first riser and to last riser or landing, put in there, connecting all these risers. That is very much essential. This riser, first one here, and top of this, till this landing comes, connect this with some timber piece so that these risers are held together at correct locations. Concrete of timber of thread shall be done by remaining dimensions. No need of worrying about that. We have that point also. Then what it says, check all forms are fixed properly and well secured. Of course you have to fix properly and secure, then you have to nail them properly, fix them properly, and you see by walking on that, is it okay? If you cannot walk on that, how can other people walk? Because you will walk during pouring, you stand on there to receive your form or crane bucket or whatever. You shall move on that. It should be sufficiently strong. It should be in place. That make sure and then inspect for sure. Inspect. This is what it says, inspection to be conducted. Inspection to be conducted in plan for pour. Plan for pour. Now, check all forms are fixed properly and well secured. Inspection to be conducted. Plan for pour whether first portion separately and second portion with slab, or plan pour all with slab as an option. This is very complicated but essential. You can do both way, with the slab or separately, one flight, not two. You cannot do separately two flights. If you do two flights separately, you will face problems. So either do both flights with the slab, you have to arrange accordingly. It can be done, not a big problem, depends on design of that. I am trying to tell in a common way what we do. What I see people try to cast these steps and risers separately. That's not acceptable. When you are casting a slab, that time you cast risers and threads triangle. This is riser and thread triangle. You must have seen on stairs. Height of riser and small thread. This thread triangle. This whole fillet this way, section of triangle and this fillet on waist slab must be done one time. It's called monolithic because if you do second time, you have to face problems. And we want at least stay to be monolithic. If your other items are not there, you may have other items as well, which are finishing items, railing, etc. Railing, handrail, guardrail, or walling on. It depends what you have. Some people want wall on that brick wall or RCC wall. Some say no, you want rail hill. That is all finishing architectural items. We are talking of structures. This is complicated with design, complicated with concreting, but not that difficult. You cannot understand. Not that much powerful. As far as you work correctly, this stair is always a problem and lift always a problem. This point we have to understand. Who else are these? I don't know. Welcome, Mr. Who's that? Well, I think some people are there. Mr. Gulam is there, welcome. Mr. Sam Nawadi, welcome. Mr. Dick, Dari, Babu, you're welcome. Mr. Dinesh Sharma, welcome. All of you are welcome. Well, you're coming late, but no problem. Late or no late. Information is available, you can see anytime. It is in your hand, you can stop. I cannot stop during live, but you have a privilege to stop and see when you want to see. But a person giving live, he is bound to stay there full time. If I stop and go, means I waste your time and waste live show also. Well, it's part of the job. Today I talked about RCC walls, which is for lift, very complicated code. And before I talked about something else that is related to our issues of corona and what we are doing. I'm just joining these two together so that seriousness should also be considered. And then wall and also there is a stair. I can simply say stair is a problem in building, particularly cast in situ building. Stair in design itself is an issue because this is unit of vertical story, height of story. It gives what should be height of your floor to floor or structure floor to structure floor. No millimeter difference is accepted in structure. If there is 115, you have decided 150 mm, all should be 150 mm rises. If you decide 125, all should be 125. No plus minus. Because it is different for stair. Your leg, your mind automatically thinks what height you have covered up. You may not feel that. But if little difference is there, you may fall. Particularly, you might have seen in darkness, you rise a stair sometimes, you don't see what is there and you just You won't fall, but you feel something. I could put my legs safely. That point is very worrying. That point is very worrying. You remember one day near one river, somebody fell. It was because of difference in rise. I have seen many cases in my life where people raise claims about this. Why your rises were indifferent, and we faced an accident, we failed, we fell, So people raise claims. They can raise claims because of your mistakes. Simple. You made mistakes. That's why we failed. We fell. Why should we fail? Because of your work. This point is important from engineering viewpoint, from difference viewpoint, and that's what I'm saying. Stair and lift. Casting off stair and casting off lift. I had many disputes with my own people because they listen to contractors, they don't listen to themselves, they don't listen to professionals. This happens. Then we have to be very careful about width of stair and how to allow two waist up, and this stair is like that. This we should, what gap should be between that? All these are very important points. And decision about steel, how to do that. One is simple method, that is Baba Adam ki Jamana style, means I don't use that. I consider this in different way. Reason, stair is an item that must collapse at end. It should give you a safe passage during fire. It should give you safe passage during earthquake, because during fire as well as during earthquake, electric supply is put off. You cannot use your lift. You have to rush out and go to your stair. You cannot rush out through lift well. You can rush out only through your stair. So at that panic time, you should not think of anything but to save your life. So you will just run or panic or something and reach staircase. And that's why I was calling it staircase. Everybody calls it staircase. But remember, staircase and stairs are different terms. Staircase means covered one, just like flights and cover on that. Stair top, barsati you call it, or stair cover you call it. And when there is no such cover, it is stair, simple. And where there is no stair, only few free steps at building entry, that is steps, we call them steps. So we have to little understand this difference. Now what is this and what is that? Concrete of steps and stair waste is done very gradually. You cannot bring it full, no, cannot do that. It is very slow concrete because you have to vibrate at every step. Step means rise and tread, and waste also. You have to gradually move step by step and pour gradually step by step. You cannot simply I'll whack it all mixer, all transfer mixer once. You destabilize formwork. You will move formwork of riser, and then it will be a problem. Riser should be in place, steel should be in place properly, and all support should be blocked, because these are inclined surface support. There is chances of moving everything. So do not take this for free space, free time. So that's very important point. Gradually moving from ground. It will take 1 minute, 2 minutes on one step, probably more than one sometimes, depends on how it's coming in. And then variation and steps are going to concrete. concrete, and starting from that, because it's angle, and you have to be very careful, and do not use more water in that mix, less water, so that it doesn't move automatically, it doesn't move flow. These precautions are very important. Checking of dimensions, actual dimensions you have to tell the operator. You cannot simply say, I am calculating this is square plus this square. No, 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 no. That time is gone. Computer, sit down during design itself. Don't wait for execution. During design itself, I have architecture of design that time itself. Don't worry. You design from stair. Maybe you don't have a concept, but you have to have a concept. If you want to do work on structure, design each mark, riser, tread, and then devise how much slab thickness you want to give by your calculations and mark on that. AutoCAD same thickness, and if you are so sure that you didn't do any bad things. Now, what I say, what I actually want to tell you something about follow-up. This will, this steps and stair is very complicated, as I said. It will remain there for many weeks on your site until you control upper slab. A lower is already controlled, but upper one, until that is held, this stair will be held, shutting will be held, no way out. This is longest item to stay, and because this formwork of stair, cannot be used for something else. This is to be used for upper only. So there is no worry, no time waste. This is a separate item in one. Now we will take, just to connect with you, next is RCC suspended slab work. Suspended slab work. Do you know what I am talking about? I am not talking about something miraculous. I am talking about what you see every day, where you sleep every day, under which roof you sleep every day. Maybe some of you were born below that one day. That is suspended slab or RCC slab or lenter. Our north would usually call it lenter. Even public who is educated is calling lenter. This lenter does not go for then this lenter you call it in your language. We call it slab, suspended slab. Why we call it suspended? Because it is in suspension, it's not free. It's not hanging, it's suspended. Suspended at beam, by beams or by some other structure, by columns probably sometimes, some by beams. And even if it is projection outside, if it's balcony you can say, even then this is suspending. This is trying to come down, all the time it tries to fall, but it does not fall because it's suspended. It's not placed on its surface fully. It's not grade slab that sits on floor, or it's not foundation that sits on soil. It's in air, but connected at beams or columns. That's why it is suspended. It's not bad term. If it's not suspended, you cannot use it, simply. So it is little different. Havoc, this is for construction. It's very complicated, but not that complicated as stair is or lift is. Lifts you vertically. Stair allows you to escalate, just like escalator works. You have mechanical, it's stationary escalator where you are moving On metro, escalator moves vertically, lifts take you, and slab allows you to walk. So there is vertical movement by lift or down up movement. There is inclined movement by staircase, and there is horizontal movement by slab. This you try to understand how building provides you different kinds of movements. Walk movements. You are working when you are rising on stair. You are doing work. You are not doing work yourself when your lift is moving. You are just standing. Lift is working for you. But on a slab you have to walk means you are working. Slab is working different, but you are working to walk on slab. So here best is lift, that you want to just stand and go up. This privilege you got in lift, but you have this privilege on escalator, mechanical escalator, but on fixed escalator, let's stair, you have to walk. This is no comfort, and you have to walk on a slab. There is no travelator. Travelator which is at airport, this travelator, you just stand on that, moves. So these are different types of movements, dynamic movements you can say. When you walk on your steps, it's dynamic movement. You are moving, you are ascending against gravity, and when you are coming down, fall with the gravity, supporting you. And when you're walking on slab, this is normal, you know what happens. So these tell you how they work. That's why I say when you rise on stage, you ascend on stage or descend on stage, better riser should be small. If you rise double, let us say in whole house, you should say, oh, very 8 inches or 9 inches rises. Sometimes you see, you cannot, you have to work too much on that. Ultimately, you are working your weight into coefficient of friction between your foot and surface. That is work per meter you move. How many pounds of work you have done, how many kilogram force of work you have done. So it's work you can calculate how much you are working. If you are heavy, you have to work more. If you are light in weight, you have to work like. And children just jump on that because they are too light. They don't feel, they enjoy. But person like me has to work. Therefore, I give more inclination to stair that it should be comfortably used by every age person. It's not that if I am, you have to keep that in mind, that who is oldest or senior most person in your house, that person should comfortably use it. That's criteria we keep in mind. We can give 10 centimeter rise also, but it depends on space available. Shorter riser means you need longer waist, and highest riser means, maximum riser means you need shorter space. It depends on your space, what you have in your house or plot. So design depends on that. If you have enough space, you can use 15 cm riser or 6 inches. If you are still more space, just like in villages people have, they can use 5 inches or 1 to 5. Or if you have too much, just like you are in honor of palace or good villa, you can go for 10 centimeter also. There's no bar. Depends. That's why I say we have to select. Lift is no problem. It can be placed anywhere. It doesn't cause any space problem. And then slab, which we are going to concentrate on next time. And just I say what we discussed in this case. Wall of lift, I again remind, very, very risky. Poor is lift wall or lift bank lift wall or lift bank wall. Many lifts are there, 5 or 4, 3 lifts. That's called lift bank. And complicated shuttering, complicated controls, complicated pouring, and pouring. Same thing for walls, as I explained before, and columns. It's a removal of shuttering itself is a question mark. How to remove, when to remove, we will discuss in slab, because we know 24 to 40. Yes, we consider vertical members, but for stairs different, a maximum one, and for walls I do same thing. And slab will take up later. Slab is also very complicated as far as work is concerned. In some cases where there are many beams, complicated different size of beams or different sizes of columns, and that's also very worrying in some cases. We must be clear of that, and so in this case I'm just informing you that there are many more. Just like I said, this is RCC slab, we have to discuss with that. Then we have to discuss with you, just for remark, is a pedestal footings, that means steel frameworks we have to discuss with you. Then RCC footings and steel frameworks we have to discuss with you. Then generator, foundation, alternator, as I discussed with you, this is power plant, we have to do this. And then we have to do the fair face structural work, architectural finishes, that's the OSSC. Then another slab which is RCC hoodie slab, and then there is floor slab work, RCC sloping portion of floor slab, and also suspended slab works. It's like that, means heavy compressor foundation, all that type of tabletop columns, and like swimming pool we have to do. Then shooting range specific work. Then we have to do about stub columns, etc. All that which we have talked about. You can say grid slabs, and like that means we have to talk to you about that matter in coming time, which is very important one. If you are interested, I will continue, because it's boring also. I know it's boring. You people, for you are interested in films, and it is very very boring to you people, but it is very important. Well, I'll take your leave now because already it's more than 4 hours, and you also have to go. Well, again, thanks all those. You're welcome. You join. Maybe learn something. If you want to comment, you can call also. You can call if there's a genuine question. But I'm finding people are calling for nothing. You are not calling. That's why. If you write question, I'll try to answer if you have something. Or I also put my mail ID on that in text. You can see that. You can send to me questions if you think or you are in engineering, or you are just doing work on construction, or if you are just interested to know in channel project. It doesn't matter. So you can do that without. Thank you very much. I'll take you now.